मेरे मरने के चांसेस है, मेरे को हार्ट स्ट्रोक आया है, प्लीज आइए, प्लीज ज्वाइन मी, आई विल मेक यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट प्रोसेस इज. प्लीज कम रमन सर, प्लीज कम मैडम, प्लीज कम विद मी एंड learn this process for the whole of your life. Learn this process for
please don't heckle him.
What about
this
that?
process?
She was tarnishing the image. She destroyed all the
मैं तो हाथ जोड़ के विनती कर रहा हूँ कि जिन अफसरों ने काम नहीं करा, आप उनको भी अक्यूज बनाइए.
अफसरों की बात ही नहीं है, यहाँ गिरिबाला सिंह की बात है.
किसके पास जाऊं बताओ रमन साहब, किसके पास जाऊं? मैं कहाँ नहीं गया हूँ.
अपील में तो डालो.
मैं किसके, आपके पास आऊं? मैं आपको बताऊं? मैं
भी
आप मुझे प्रोसेस दिलाइए, मुझे अभी एक प्रोसेस चाहिए, प्लीज दिलाइए प्रोसेस.
अफसरों का नाम
I need a पैनल.
डालो जिन्होंने काम नहीं करा.
प्रोसेस बताइए सर.
गुजारिश कर रहा हूँ.
ये प्रोसेस आज हाई कोर्ट में दिखा है, आज हाई कोर्ट से सुप्रीम डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में एक प्रोसेस दिखा है. आपने देखा ना, मेरे सम्माननीय वकील को मारा गया 35 इयर्स की एज में, 35 इयर्स की प्रैक्टिस में. इस प्रोसेस मार रहा है आपका. एक कमरे में प्रोटेक्टेड करा जा रहा है कि उसको. एक आप सोचिए, ये प्रोसेस है. आइए ना साथ में हमारे, प्लीज आइए, देखिए कैसा प्रोसेस है. फिर आप बताएंगे कि प्रोसेस को कौन तोड़ता है. ये सीजेएम तोड़ते हैं, ये सीजेएम,
शर्मा जी,
ये चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ मीडिया है, यही तोड़ते हैं इसको.
कि जिन लोगों ने अपना काम नहीं करा, शर्मा जी,
आप जिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात कर रहे हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है.
एंड मैं आपको बात बताना चाहती हूँ,
इसीलिए लड़ रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन करो, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करो, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करो, और आप बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सब निकलेगा. व्हाट इज दिस? वेयर इज द? आप उन लोगों को नहीं बोलते जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं करते, हमको क्यों बोल रहे हैं कि हमको इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे डिपेंड करना चाहिए? वेयर यू
Raman Malik is already on the back foot. Raman Malik.
Abhishek, you know, Anurag, I can hear the anger in what you are saying. Raman continues to say follow the process. But viewers, just for a minute, let this sink in. The father who lost his daughter, for 10 days he's not grieved. He's not grieved. I've been on the phone line with him every day. मुझे नहीं लगता इनको समय मिला है, ना इनके फौजी बेटों को समय मिला है to really come to terms with the reality. वो सिर्फ हर पिलर पोस्ट पे भाग रहे हैं. और जो इन्होंने शब्द कहा, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ मीडिया, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, आई ऑल्सो हैव बीन seeing such cases. You've also seen such cases. I clearly tell you what Navnidhi Sharma told me. If Arnab had not picked up this case 7 days ago, there was no media following it. This case could not have reached where it has today. We were the only channel who stuck it out and said, arrest Giribala. Today, the Solicitor General comes in the Madhya Pradesh High Court and says, arrest Giribala. तो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, एक चीज होती है प्रोसेस, और जो नवनिधि शर्मा जी अपनी दर्दनाक बातें बता रहे हैं, उनकी वाइफ नहीं आ रही, अगर आप नोटिस करेंगे, हाँ उनके बच्चे आ रहे हैं, लेकिन वो तड़प रहे हैं, एक तड़प में वो बात निकल रही है उनकी.
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news development, and this is about the border issue with West Bengal and Bangladesh. Now, Bangladeshi locals disrupted the border fencing in Bengal. Now, there was a tense standoff at the Bangladesh border as fencing begins. Now, Bangladeshi locals initially tried to stop the process. Later, the BGB arrived and attempted to prevent the BSF and the government survey officials from carrying out the land acquisition. However, the work continued despite the objections. Now, amid the tense situation, provocative exchanges took place between both the sides at the border. Now, by the evening, the atmosphere had become warlike, and BSF personnel were seen lying in the position at the border with guns aimed and ready. So this was a very tense situation. Now this after a government change and the allowing of the land acquisition for the border fencing. Now this has seriously affected the Bangladeshi locals who want the border to be open because of the trespassing and the illegal migration that takes place. The Bangladeshi locals were seen. This is the exclusive Republic story on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. First on Republic exclusive story, where Bangladeshi locals initially tried to stop the process, and later the Bangladesh border guards arrived and attempted to prevent the BSF, that is the Border Security Force, and the government survey officials from carrying out the land acquisition. However, the work continued despite the objections, and this was the tense situation, and provocative exchanges also took place between both the sides at the border. And by the evening time, the atmosphere had become almost warlike. The BSF personnel were seen ready in position at the border with the guns aimed and ready. This was a tense standoff situation at the border, at the India-Bangladesh border, where after the government has approved the fencing, the land acquisition, which was earlier delayed and denied by the previous government of Mamata Banerjee, and now in under the rule of Shubhendu Adhikari, under the rule of BJP, this has been allowed and the fencing is going to begin. The land acquisition has been allowed by the government, and this is the reaction. This is what we are talking about. Bangladeshi locals, they came there near the border and they tried to disrupt the border fencing in Bengal, and there was a tense standoff at the Bangladesh border as the fencing began. And the Bangladeshi locals, initially, they were trying to stop the process. Later, the BGB arrived and they attempted to prevent the BSF and the government survey officials from carrying out the land acquisition, but undeterred, we did our duty. However, the work continued despite the objections amid the tense situation. Now, this is what happens when the government changes and you are on the right track, and there's a fencing, the work of fencing which has begun, and the Bangladeshis are severely impacted because of this. All right, so that was an exclusive story, a Republic exclusive story, a story from the Bangladesh border. Now let's move on to another big breaking news development. Now this is about the TCS harassment and conversion case. Here, there is a very big update in the entire story where Nashik police files 1500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and conversion case. Big breaking news development. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the charge sheet has been filed in this case, and the Nashik police have filed a very big, that is a 1500-page charge sheet in this entire case. Big breaking news development on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. A 1500-page charge sheet has been filed by the Nashik police in this case, in the conversion case, in the sexual harassment case. This is the first charge sheet. The police have named the accused also in this entire case. In the charge sheet, Danish Ejaz Sheikh, Tausif Bilal Atar, Nida Ejaz Khan, Matin Majid Patel, and based on the investigations into the FIR that was to the Diloli Camp Police Station. Big breaking news development coming in. That is months after the sexual harassment and religious conversion case, which involved the IT major TCS at its Nashik center. It snowballed into a very big issue, and now the police has finally filed a 1500-page charge sheet in the entire matter. The SIT of the Nashik police was investigating the entire matter, the sensitive case, and this case, which has been referred to as the corporate jihad, and in this action has been taken place. At least the charge sheet has now been filed, and it's a huge 1500-page charge sheet that has been filed. Now, police had registered 9 FIRs between March 26 to April 3rd, 1 at the Diloli camp, 8 at Mumbai Naka police stations. There were various complaints in this entire matter by 9 junior employees who have alleged sexual abuse, harassment and religious coercion in this case. So far, 8 arrests have been taken place. All right, for more details on this story, we have Revati with us. Revati, you have been tracking the story from day one, and now the charge sheet has been filed. The first charge sheet, 1500 pages. Over to you for more details.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the charge sheet in the Nashik TCS case has been filed by the Nashik SIT. Actually, this is the primary charge sheet which is being filed, and now the process of the final charge sheet is also under process. The main things which are included in the charge sheets includes that there are many evidences which are confiscated by the police. Also, it is mentioned that various important evidences like their mobile phones, WhatsApp chats and others are confiscated by the police in this particular matter. Also, the most important thing is that around 17 witnesses have recorded their statements in this particular matter. Also, as I mentioned earlier, this is a primary charge sheet which is filed by the Nashik SIT. Also, considering the seriousness of this matter, SIT was formed by the Nashik Police, and it was headed by the Commissioner of Nashik Police, Sandeep Karnik. Also, the most important thing here to be noted is that there are various sections which are slashed in this particular matter for the exploitation and harassment of women. Also, the most important thing here to be noted is that the bail application of all the accused is denied by the court. So now it will be important to see that what more details are there in the final charge sheet of this particular matter. Over to you.
All right, Revati, thanks a lot for the details in the story. So it's a very big development where a 1,500-page charge sheet has been filed by the police in this entire investigation. Now let's move on to another top story. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday stated that Washington is actively engaged in discussions with India to significantly broaden energy cooperation, confirming that the strategic partnership will be a focal point during his visit. He is already in India. He has landed in Kolkata, will be heading to New Delhi. Now, the high-profile itinerary will see Rubio traveling across major Indian cities, which includes Kolkata, Agra, Jaipur and New Delhi. That is from today, May 23rd to 26th. The Secretary of State underlined Washington's keenness to strengthen India's energy security portfolio through diverse international channels, acknowledging New Delhi's proactive management of global energy pressures resulting from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Listen in to what Foreign Affairs expert Rabinder Sachdeva has to say on Rubio's crucial visit.
Marco Rubio's visit to India is coming at a time when I think in the last 1 year, America-India relations have been at their most contentious. In the last 20 to 30 years, 20 years at least, there has never been a year as difficult in America-India relations as this last year was. The tariff wars, or the tariffs on India, sanctions for the Russian oil, and then Operation Sindoor and its associated optics and statements by President Trump. So the last year has been a very challenging year for US-India relations, without doubt. Marco Rubio is now coming at a time when both nations want to move past and make this year a better year, a more harmonious year in our relations. There are several topics which are pending for discussion when Rubio will be here. The issue is that the priorities are different for both at this point of time, somewhat. America wants trade access in India, market access in India. America wants India to buy more defense items, of course. America wants India to demonstrate how it can help it counter a rising China or a challenging China. That's what America wants, and some other things. What India wants is predictable and least trade tariffs. That's what we want. Secondly, we want America to reduce its tilt towards Pakistan, which over the last 1 year, it's evident America has tilted. So we want, no tariffs or least tariffs. We want American policy towards Pakistan to change. Those are our core interests. America wants India to open its markets. America wants India to purchase more of defense and agriculture, opening of agriculture markets in India. So there is a difference in the priorities between the two sides, which I hope will be taken up and common ground will be found on several of these. So therefore, this visit of Rubio is extremely important for a basic common minimum program going ahead for US-India relations. An FTA with America is, I think, still not near. Right now, we are talking a bilateral trade agreement, right? But yes, in this last 1 year, India has signed FTAs with some other countries or groups, especially the European Union, for example, right? So that shows to America that India is proceeding ahead, building up its additional pipelines of trade exchanges, because the tariffs, the sanctions on India are hampering the trade. So very much so, matters of trade will be utmost in discussion, without doubt. And also remember that the interim trade deal which we had, I think in February, which was 18% tariffs on India agreed upon. Now that tariff has been ruled illegal by the US courts, but still the tariffs are out there and there are investigations under Section 301, under Section 232, in which America will again impose tariffs via a different route. So what would be the contour of the emerging trade arrangement between the two countries will certainly be on top of agenda during Rubio's visit. And then, of course, the matter of Quad, because when he's here, and ostensibly he's coming for the Quad foreign ministers meeting. So what are the discussions in Quad, particularly with respect to supply chains for critical minerals and rare earths? That would be important discussion, as well as this meeting of the Quad of the foreign ministers will prepare the ground for the meeting of the Quad leaders down the line, because this year India is supposed to host the Quad. We were supposed to host the Quad last year. For some reason, the meeting did not happen, right? So this year, again, the Quad summit has to be held. And probably, and should be, President Trump should be coming also for that meeting, and the Japanese leader and the Australian leader. So this meeting of the ministers of the Quad countries would also do the homework for the scheduling and the agenda for the Quad leaders summit later in the year when Trump should come to India. So that would be another dimension of discussions during Rubio's visit. He will, of course, talk to India about reducing our purchase of Russian oil. Though right now they've given a 30-day waiver, but then in the long term, they want very much India to stop buying oil from Russia. So that would also be under discussions. And then, of course, the matter of, the Iran war and, of course, the matter of the Russia-Ukraine war. These would also be topics.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up, third fuel price hike in just 10 days. Petrol now up by 87 paise, diesel by 91 paise.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live and we are breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and Twisha's father has thanked Republic and thanked our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, because remember, Republic's investigation and continuous coverage, our campaign to bring Twisha justice has set the ball rolling. Samarth Singh, the husband, has been arrested and many developments are coming in. We'll get to this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Twisha Sharma's husband, Samar Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal Police. Accused Samar Singh suspended from practice as advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik Police files 1,500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with a NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for Quad meeting. Energy, security, trade and defense talks on focus.
Tulsi Gabbard steps down as the Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis. Third fuel price hike by 10 days. Petrol up by 0.87 rupees. Diesel up by 91 paise and petrol up by 87 paise. Hello viewers, let's tell you the big breaking news, what we have been tracking the entire day today. The fuel prices have been hiked again, third time this time in a short period. Petrol has risen by 87 paise, diesel by 91 paise. Third fuel price hike. Petrol, diesel gets costlier. Petrol prices up by rupees 0.87 per litre. Diesel also hiked by 0.91 rupees per litre. So back-to-back updates coming in here. On Republic TV, we see that the price hike has come in once again. Let's put out some of those details for you. Yes, on your screen, you can see that this is the cities on one hand, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and the price hike. Okay, these are diesel. These are diesel prices now. Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Jammu. You can see the price hike, May 14 to May 23rd. Definitely a big increase there when it comes to the prices. So petrol and diesel prices have been hiked for third time in this month itself amid the Middle East crisis. State-run fuel retailers have raised petrol and diesel prices by less than 1 rupee per litre, marking the third hike this month as the government seeks to offset losses stemming from elevated crude oil prices amid the Iran conflict. Okay, let's go straight across to the big breaking news coming in right now. Samarth to be presented in Bhopal Court. Let's move ahead to the other story we are tracking, that is Justice for Twisha campaign. We're getting some updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's go to that now. Samarth to be presented in Bhopal Court today. AIIMS medical team to fly to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. And yesterday we showed you those dramatic visuals of Twisha's husband, late Twisha's husband Samar Singh, arrested after 10 days on the run. We showed you those dramatic visuals. Samarth evaded the police for 10 days since his wife, late Twisha, was found hanging at their home in Bhopal. Samar Singh has finally been arrested. Twisha's family has alleged she was harassed for dowry and demanded strict action against Samarth and his mother, retired Judge Giribala Singh. Samarth, a lawyer, went to Jabalpur Court to surrender hours after withdrawing his anticipatory bail application in the Madhya Pradesh High Court.
तरीके से कोई सीलिंग नहीं है और वही गिरिबाला जिस पर परिवार वाले आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि सबूत जो है वो मिटाए जा सकते हैं गिरिबाला द्वारा, वो गिरिबाला जो है वो अभी बेल पर है। सोमवार को उसी बेल पर जो है वो सुनवाई होने जा रही है। सवाल ये बना हुआ है कि गिरिबाला, जिन्हें 3 बार, आई रिपीट 3 बार जो है पुलिस ने नोटिस दिया।
Okay, that was our correspondents who are reporting live for us. Yes, okay, so that was Palak getting us all those details, and she was reporting right outside the residence of Giribala. Okay, that is the residence of Giribala, and this what we are showing you is the residence of the mother-in-law Giribala and Samar. This is the matrimonial home, by the way, of late Twisha. Exclusive pictures coming in. These are pictures from outside Giribala's house. Giribala is the mother-in-law of late Twisha, and this is exactly the matrimonial home of Twisha. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. We continue our relentless coverage, and the latest breaking news that we're getting for you is that Samarth will be presented soon in the Bhopal Court, and the AIIMS medical team will be flying to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Exclusive pictures coming only on Republic TV from outside. Okay, these are pictures coming in from outside the police station. So these are all the latest updates that we are getting for our viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. So now the next update for you is that very soon, Samarth will be presented in Bhopal Court today. Yesterday we saw highly dramatic visuals which had come in yesterday. before Samarth was arrested. CBI has taken over the case. Samarth was taken into custody in Jabalpur after 10 days of evading arrest, following the court's rejection of his surrender attempt there. The CBI has stepped in as well. The Madhya Pradesh government has transferred the investigation into Twisha's death to the CBI amid the allegations of bias and delay. Also, let's tell you about the autopsy. That's a third update. Talking about the autopsy, remember that the family wanted a second post-mortem to be done. A fresh autopsy has been ordered. The High Court has approved a second post-mortem at AIIMS Bhopal by a Delhi team following the family's concerns over the first report. So these are some of the updates that we're getting for you. These are updates we're getting for you because now our campaign to bring Twisha justice has set the ball rolling. Exclusive pictures coming in here on Republic TV. Two pictures. Left-hand side, right outside the police station. Right-hand side is the matrimonial home of late Twisha. This is Giribala, the mother-in-law's house. Yesterday, we showed you the dramatic visuals of Samarth, who's a lawyer and husband of Twisha, being arrested in Jabalpur after a court there refused his surrender, directing him to Bhopal instead. Let's go to Shambhavi, who's joining us. Shambhavi, what can we expect today? Take our viewers through the latest. Which are the top developments we can expect today in the Twisha death case investigation?
Well, the biggest development today is that Samarth is going to be produced before the district court, before the trial court here, as directed by the High Court of Jabalpur yesterday. What actually happened, just for a little bit of brief for our viewers, the court yesterday, there were three cases in court. One was the anticipatory bail, which was filed by Samar Singh. Another one was the cancellation of anticipatory bail, which was filed by Twisha's families. And the third one was the demand for a second post-mortem. Now, what happened in the demand for a second post-mortem? That finally got approved. Republic has been campaigning extensively for justice for Twisha and has been demanding a second post-mortem as well as cancellation of Giribala's anticipatory bail. We got a win in first one where the second post-mortem was approved. Second one was the anticipatory bail, cancellation of anticipatory bail of Giribala, where a notice was issued to Giribala. The case is set to be heard on Monday. The third case was the anticipatory bail application of Samarth. Now, the court asked Samarth to withdraw his application, to withdraw his anticipatory bail application and surrender before the trial court of Bhopal or the investigating officer in the case. And Samarth appeared before the court, tried to surrender before the court yesterday, but the DJ clearly refused, that they don't have the jurisdiction for the same, after which the Bhopal Police took custody of Samarth and brought Samarth to Bhopal very late in the night, early in the morning. And now Samar Singh is set to be produced before the trial court. The trial court just a couple of days ago has said that the Samar Singh needs to be produced before the court on 23rd of May. Today is 23rd of May. We'll see what will happen. Now, ideally, now that the police has taken custody of Samar Singh, there must have been custodial interrogation. There will be custodial interrogation. And now that they'll be produced, police is going to ask for remand. Police is going to ask for police custody.
Hold on for a second there. Yes. Hold on for a second there. We're getting some more breaking news. Shambhavi, breaking news coming in. Samarth's medical examination will be conducted at the JP Hospital in Bhopal, after which the team will produce him before the court. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Yes, Shambhavi, coming across to you. Now we know the medical examination will be conducted in Bhopal of Samarth. And then he will be produced before the court.
Well, yes, that's the standard procedure. Once the police takes custody of the accused in the matter, and then the custodial interrogation continues before producing them in the court. They first need to take the accused for a medical test. Usually, that is how it works, and that is the standard of procedure. So we know that before being produced in the court, Samarth will be taken to a local hospital, to a local government hospital, where his medical test will be done, and only once after it is completed, he will be then produced before the court, where the police is going to ask for a police custody for a certain number of days. We'll see what their exact fare is once the case starts. And after they've asked for police custody, he will be taken into custody, either judicial custody or police custody. We'll see what exactly happens in court. If the court
points towards police custody or judicial custody, Shivangi.
Right. Okay. We'll sticking on with all these updates coming in. Okay. Now we also know that the BCI, the Bar Council, has suspended license of Samarth over the Twisha Sharma death case. Finally, Shambhavi, this has happened, and we remember our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, speak about this. He brought this exact point up that his license should be suspended. It's a big Republic impact. Yes, Shambhavi.
Definitely, Shivangi. In this case, that we know that Republic has been campaigning extensively for 10 days now, and we had several demands. A lot of them have been acted upon. A lot of them have been fulfilled. One of our demands was to initiate an administrative inquiry in Giribala's case, Giribala Singh's case, and that was initiated. The MP government wrote to the Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission that they should initiate an administrative inquiry and submit a report at the earliest in Giribala Singh's case and her capacity to work as a president of the Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. And another one of our demands was asked for a second post-mortem. That also got approved, that also got accepted just yesterday. A huge win for the family and for Republic as well. Apart from that, we were also asking for the Bar Council, for the legal fraternity, for the legal body of the country to cancel and to suspend Samar Singh's license, given that there's very severe and serious allegations, Shivangi, in this case. There's dowry harassment case, mental cruelty, abuse. These are the sections, these are the charges that has been leveled against both the mother and son duo. So that becomes a natural, ordinary, obvious step. So you can see that...
Shambhavi, hold on for a second there.
सर हमारा काम है तरीका आप हमें मत सिखाइए हमारा काम है मीडिया का काम है सर सवाल पूछना और आप जवाब नहीं दे
जानना चाह रहे हैं हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं आप लोग क्या आगे क्या स्टैंड लेने वाले हैं
ले लिया ना सरेंडर कर दिया उन्होंने
मंडे को गिरिबाला जो है उनकी एंटिसिपेटेड बेल को लेकर सुनवाई
एंटिसिपेटेड आप अपने है ना कहां पर है घर पे एक सेकंड हम लोग क्या वो खुद अपना केस लड़ रहे हैं गिरिबाला जी मेरी बात
के परिवार वाले कह रहे हैं कि
एक एक करके बोलिए क्या गिरिबाला जी खुद अपना केस लड़ रही हैं प्लीज किसको जवाब देना पहले डिसाइड कर लो आप लोग बताइए मैडम को किसने बोला कि एंटिसिपेटरी बेल पे वो ऑलरेडी बेल पे हैं
नहीं सुनवाई है सोमवार को ये पूछ रही हूँ मैं
नोटिस इशू हुए हैं वो देखिए सर क्या वो केस क्या वो अपना केस खुद लड़ रही है
समर्थ के लेकर क्योंकि उन्हें तो कोर्ट में पेश होना है ना आज करेगी पुलिस तो आप बेल के लिए लगेंगे
देखिए आप देख सकते हैं अंदर वकीलों की जो पूरी टीम है वो अभी अंदर जो है वो
All right, we're getting some reactions coming in. A team of reporters are outside Giribala's house and we're trying to get some answers there. We'll try to go across to Shambhavi as well. If we have Shambhavi, we'll try to go across to Shambhavi because this story is moving at extremely fast pace. Twisha Sharma's father has stated that the first step towards justice has been taken in the case of Twisha. This comes as many important developments are taking place simultaneously in the case, starting with the order of a CBI probe, the instruction for a second post-mortem, and the withdrawal of the bail plea of accused Samar Singh. So many things are happening in this case. But if we have to summarize, viewers, and if you're watching us, what is happening is that Republic's relentless coverage and a campaign to bring Twisha justice has got the ball rolling. Samarth, the husband, has been arrested. And we have a lot of other developments that will be coming in later in the day. Samarth will be presented in Bhopal Court today, and AIIMS medical team will be flying to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Getting you some more breaking news coming in right now on Republic TV. CBI to conduct on-site investigation from scratch. Big updates coming in here. Let's go to the second set of the breaking updates we have for you. Okay, CBI, we remember there was a big win. Big win for the family, because the family, when speaking to Republic, the family of Twisha, had said they want CBI to step in. And after Republic's relentless coverage, we also pushed from our end to bring justice for Twisha. You also helped us by signing the petition. The CBI will be conducting on-site investigation from scratch. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. CBI will be conducting the fresh investigation in the Twisha case. Let's go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, now that the CBI will be conducting the investigation from scratch, by the way, from scratch, the CBI will be looking at all the documents. They can investigate the documents, the evidence, all the accused involved. Yes, go ahead, Shambhavi.
Shivangi, that was very well needed that the entire probe, the entire investigation starts from scratch, because when we see at various documents, at various aspects of this entire investigation, there are so many loopholes, there's so many discrepancies, there's so many things which are wrong. And that is, I'll start with something very basic but very important. Even in FIR at two different places, the age of the victim has been written different. At one place it's 31, at one place it's 33 in the same FIR, by the way. Then if we come to the post-mortem report, the height of the victim has been changed by at least 8 to 10 centimeters. That is a lot, especially in a case we are alleging that a person has hung herself. So that height becomes very crucial, because then the height of the ceiling, the amount of space that they would need to hang themselves, a lot of technicalities that even a common man would understand. You don't need a doctor to understand these things. Apart from these, even the family shared the color of the undergarments of the victim were also changed in the post-mortem report. What could possibly be the reason to do something like that, which was personally verified by Major Harshit, that is Twisha's brother's wife in the case. So such cases, the area was not sealed for the longest time. The area where this actually happened, the spot, was not sealed for the longest time. And what reason was given to the family? That it cannot be sealed because it's an open space. Does that open space does not have a staircase or a door? Is it impossible for them to seal a place? So there are so many issues, there's so many discrepancies, there's so many irregularities in the case, that it was very, very much needed that a case starts from scratch, that the probe starts from scratch, that the investigation is started from scratch, so that nothing in the case is left or is missed by the eyes.
Yes. I'm going to go across to Abhishek, who's joining us live. Abhishek is joining us live. Abhishek, if you can hear me, what is happening? You're outside a police station now. What can we expect?
बिल्कुल शिवानी, सबसे पहले मैं आपको बता दूं मेरी मौजूदगी कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन के बाहर है। यहीं पर जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को रखा गया। कल देर रात 2 बजे के आसपास आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को भोपाल में स्थित कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन लाया गया। जबलपुर से उसके कपड़े चेंज करवा के रात 2 बजे तक पुलिस की टीम उसे यहीं लेकर पहुंची है और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था यहाँ पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है बढ़ा दी गई है। और जो जानकारियाँ फिलहाल मिल पा रही हैं वो ये है कि 1 से 2 घंटे के बीच में पुलिस की टीम जो है वो आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर यहाँ से निकलेगी और इसके बाद सीधे आरोपी को भोपाल में स्थित JP हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जाएगा। एक बार तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगा मैं अपने सहयोगी से कहूँगा तस्वीरें दिखा दे कि गाड़ियाँ जो है वो आना शुरू हो चुकी हैं। ये वो गाड़ियां इसी गाड़ी में जो है समर्थ सिंह को लेकर जाया जाएगा। तस्वीरों में आप देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पुलिस की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो अब आना शुरू हो चुकी हैं। थाना प्रभारी की गाड़ी है जो कि अब कटारा हिल्स थाने पहुंच चुकी है और अब तैयारियां जो हैं वो शिवानी आप समझिए कि अब बिल्कुल अपने अंतिम चरणों पे हैं कि आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर यहाँ से पुलिस की टीम जो है वो निकलेगी और करीब 1 से 2 घंटे का समय जिस तरीके से मैंने पहले जिक्र किया और उसके बाद जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को जो है JP हॉस्पिटल भोपाल ले जाया जाएगा जहाँ सबसे पहले उसका मेडिकल चेकअप होगा। मेडिकल होने के बाद जो है पुलिस की टीम आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर कोर्ट पहुंचेगी, भोपाल कोर्ट पहुंचेगी। भोपाल कोर्ट में आरोपी को पेश किया जाएगा और वहां से पुलिस की टीम जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह के रिमांड जो है उसकी मांग करेगी। ये तस्वीरें देखिए आप, गाड़ी अंदर जा चुकी है, गाड़ी जो है थाना परिसर के अंदर जाके अब लग चुकी है और पुलिस की टीम भी आप देखिए किस तरीके से बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर करीब दर्जन भर से अधिक पुलिस कर्मी जो है वो नजर आ रहे हैं और अब तैयारियां पूरी की जा रही हैं कि किसी भी वक्त अब जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर यहाँ पुलिस की टीम निकलेगी। ये तस्वीरें हैं आप देखिए। अमूमन अगर कटारा हिल्स थाने को लेकर बात करें तो अमूमन ये शांत इलाका माना जाता है। यहाँ पर कुछ क्राइम के उतने खास जो उस तरीके से केसेस नहीं आते, लेकिन आज यहाँ हलचल बहुत ज़्यादा है क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को रखा गया है थाने में और अब तैयारियां भी जो है वो लगातार पुलिस टीम के द्वारा की जा रही हैं और किसी भी वक्त जो है पुलिस यहाँ से लेकर निकलेगी आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को। गाड़ी थाना परिसर के अंदर इस वक्त लगती हुई लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। बैरिकेड यहाँ पर लगाए गए, मीडिया पर्सन्स को जो है अंदर नहीं आने दिया जा रहा और अन्य जो आम लोग हैं उन्हें भी फिलहाल जो है पाबंदी है अंदर जाने के लिए सिक्योरिटी रीजंस की वजह से, क्योंकि जाहिर तौर पर देखिए शिवानगी एक हाई प्रोफाइल केस ये बन चुका है क्योंकि पूरे देश की निगाहें इस पर टिकी हुई और रिपब्लिक मीडिया लगातार जो है इसको लेकर अपडेट सच जो है वो अपने दर्शकों तक पहुंचाता रहा है, दिखाता रहा है और इसी कड़ी में अब आप देखिए समर्थ जो है उसने सरेंडर किया है पुलिस के सामने और अब जो है सरेंडर करने के बाद कटारा हिल्स थाने से पुलिस की टीम आरोपी समर्थ को लेकर निकलेगी जेपी हॉस्पिटल यहां से जाया जाएगा। जो अपडेट्स फिलहाल मिल पाई हैं उसके अनुसार जेपी हॉस्पिटल में मेडिकल चेकअप के बाद भोपाल में कोर्ट में उसे पेश किया जाएगा और कोर्ट में पेशी के बाद पुलिस की टीम जो है वो रिमांड मांगेगी। जी शिवांगी।
That's right. Okay. The Samar's medical examination will be done at JB Hospital in Bhopal, after which the team will produce him before the court. So court में कब produce होंगे? When will Samarth be produced before the court? Yes, Abhishek.
जी शिवानगी, देखिए फिलहाल इसको लेकर कोई तय समय जो है निकल कर सामने नहीं आया, क्योंकि अभी भी पुलिस की टीम ये बता नहीं रही है कि समर्थ को लेकर कब निकलेंगे यहाँ से। उसके हिसाब से ये चीज़ें जो है तय हो पाएंगी, क्योंकि अगर 11 से 12 बजे के बीच में पुलिस की टीम लेकर यहाँ से निकलती है तो आप ये समझिए जेपी हॉस्पिटल की दूरी यहाँ से करीब आधे घंटे के आसपास की है। और फिर इसके बाद मेडिकल चेकअप जो है वो भी प्रायोरिटी बेसिस पर यहाँ पर समर्थ का होगा, तो उसमें भी करीब 1 घंटे के आसपास का समय लगेगा। और फिर वहाँ से कोर्ट जाना, तो आप ये समझिए कि लंच के बाद, आफ्टर लंच जो है कोर्ट में समर्थ को पेश किया जाएगा। लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस की टीम से भी हमने ऑफ द कैमरा बात करने की कोशिश की कि अगर वो कुछ बता पाए हमें कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर समर सिंह को लेकर जाया जाएगा, लेकिन जाहिर तौर पर हाई प्रोफाइल केस होने की वजह से पुलिस की टीम भी इस विषय में कुछ भी कहने से बचती नजर आ रही है और कुछ भी वो इस पर टिप्पणी जो है वो नहीं कर रहे हैं। लेकिन हाँ, यहाँ पर पुलिस की हलचल जो अभी कुछ देर पहले अगर बात करें शिवानगी बढ़ गई है कुछ, और यहाँ पर अगर पुलिस के जवानों को लेकर बात करें, उनकी जो है उनका आने जाने का सिलसिला लगातार जारी है। और दूसरी ओर जो गाड़ियाँ जो हैं जिसमें समर्थ को लेकर जाया जाएगा, वो गाड़ियाँ भी अभी कुछ देर पहले यहाँ थाने पहुँची हैं। तो ऐसे में तैयारियाँ जो पुलिस टीम के द्वारा पूरी यहाँ पर इस वक्त की जा रही है अपनी तरफ से। लेकिन हाँ, फिलहाल तय समय नहीं बताया गया क्लियरली कि कितने बजे तक जो है पेश किया जाएगा, लेकिन अपडेट्स जो मिल पाई हैं तो उसके हिसाब से यही है कि आफ्टर लंच जो है उसे कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। जी।
All right, well, thank you, Abhishek, for getting us all those details. Abhishek reporting live for us outside the police station. Samarth will be produced in court today. Republic will be on top of every update. Twisha Sharma's husband, Samar Singh, who was absconding for 10 whole days, was arrested by the Bhopal Police to be produced in court later in the day. Stay tuned with Republic. We'll get you every second as we continue our campaign to bring Twisha justice.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. Within hours of Twisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samar Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Tushar Mehta, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी, एक्सपर्ट ने, सब ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था. सो वी बिलीव कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे एंड वी विल हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का. आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम. तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. Twisha Sharma's husband Samar Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by the Bhopal Police. Accused Samar Singh suspended from practice as advocate by the Bar Council of India. Nashik Police files 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with the NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for court meeting. Energy security and trade and defense talks on focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis. And third fuel price hike in 10 days, petrol up by 87 paise, diesel up by 91 paise. We are live and breaking this Saturday morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. Let's give you the big update for you. Republic questioned Giribala. That is right, Giribala, the mother-in-law of Twisha's lawyers, as they arrived at her home a few minutes earlier. So we had cut across those pictures where our team of reporters is right outside the mother-in-law's house, the matrimonial home of Twisha. And we questioned the lawyer about the alleged evidence tampering and the bail application moved by Giribala. We'll take a look at how these lawyers are responding and what really happened, the entire sequence of events, how they played out in real time. These are the questions that Republic team is asking.
आप सर मीडिया को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप कोई भी बयान का जवाब नहीं दे रहे।
अरे
सर मुंह अगर माइक नहीं होगी तो मुंह के आगे ही माइक रखेंगे।
मैडम हैव सम मैनर्स।
सर हमारा काम है।
नहीं इस तरीका
सर
नहीं है
हमारा
कि
काम है, तरीका आप हमें मत सिखाइए, हमारा काम है, मीडिया का काम है सर सवाल पूछना और आप जवाब नहीं दे।
क्या जानना चाह रहे हैं?
हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं आप लोग क्या आगे क्या स्टैंड लेने वाले हैं?
ले लिया ना, सरेंडर कर दिया उन्होंने।
मंडे को गिरिबाला जो है उनकी एंटिसिपेटेड बेल को लेकर सुनवाई।
एंटिसिपेटरी आप अपने है ना? घर पे एक सेकंड हम लोग
क्या वो खुद अपना केस लड़ रही है?
ऋषा के परिवार वाले कह रहे हैं कि गिरिबाला
क्या गिरिबाला जी खुद अपना केस लड़ रही हैं?
प्लीज किसको जवाब देना पहले डिसाइड कर लो आप लोग। मैडम को किसने बोला कि एंटिसिपेटरी बेल पे? वो ऑलरेडी बेल पे हैं।
नहीं सुनवाई है सोमवार को, ये पूछ रही हूँ मैं।
नोटिस इशू हुए हैं वो देखिए।
सर क्या वो केस क्या वो अपना केस खुद लड़ रही है?
समर्थ के लेकर क्योंकि उन्हें तो कोर्ट में पेश होना है ना, आज करेगी पुलिस।
Viewers, let's move ahead right now. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has stated that Washington is actively engaged in discussions with India to significantly broaden energy cooperation, confirming that the strategic partnership will be a focal point during his upcoming official visit to New Delhi. The high-profile itinerary will see Rubio traveling across major Indian cities, including Kolkata, Agra, Jaipur, and New Delhi from May 23rd to 26. The Secretary of State underlined Washington's keenness to strengthen India's energy security portfolio through diverse international channels, acknowledging New Delhi's proactive management of global energy pressures resulting from the closure of Strait of Hormuz. Listen in to what Foreign Affairs expert Robinder Sachdev has to say on Rubio's crucial visit.
Marco Rubio's visit to India is coming at a time when I think in the last 1 year, America-India relations have been at their most contentious. In the last 20 to 30 years, 20 years at least, there has never been a year as difficult in America-India relations as this last year was. The tariff wars, or the tariffs on India, sanctions for the Russian oil, and then Operation Sindoor and its associated optics and statements by President Trump. So the last year has been a very challenging year for US-India relations, without doubt. Marco Rubio is now coming at a time when both nations want to move past and make this year a better year, a more harmonious year in our relations. There are several topics which are pending for discussion when Rubio will be here. The issue is that the priorities are different for both at this point of time, somewhat. America wants trade access in India, market access in India. America wants India to buy more defense items, of course. America wants India to demonstrate how it can help it counter a rising China or a challenging China. That's what America wants, and some other things. What India wants is predictable and least trade tariffs. That's what we want. Secondly, we want America to reduce its tilt towards Pakistan, which over the last 1 year, it's evident America has tilted. So we want, no tariffs or least tariffs. We want American policy towards Pakistan to change. Those are our core interests. America wants India to open its markets. America wants India to purchase more of defense and agriculture, opening of agriculture markets in India. So there is a difference in the priorities between the two sides, which I hope will be taken up and common ground will be found on several of these. So therefore, this visit of Rubio is extremely important for a basic common minimum program going ahead for US-India relations. An FTA with America is, I think, still not near. Right now, we are talking a bilateral trade agreement, right? But yes, in this last 1 year, India has signed FTAs with some other countries or groups, especially the European Union, for example, right? So that shows to America that India is proceeding ahead, building up its additional pipelines of trade exchanges, because the tariffs, sanctions on India are hampering the trade. So, very much so, matters of trade will be utmost in discussion, without doubt. And also remember that the interim trade deal which we had, I think in February, which was 18% tariffs on India agreed upon. Now that tariff has been ruled illegal by the US courts, but still the tariffs are out there, and there are investigations under Section 301, under Section 232, in which America will again impose tariffs via a different route. So, what would be the contour of the emerging trade arrangement between the two countries will certainly be on top of agenda during Rubio's visit. And then, of course, the matter of Quad, because when he's here, and ostensibly he's coming for the Quad foreign ministers meeting. So, what are the discussions in Quad, particularly with respect to supply chains for critical minerals and rare earths? That would be important discussion, as well as this meeting of the Quad of the foreign ministers will prepare the ground for the meeting of the Quad leaders down the line, because this year India is supposed to host the Quad. We were supposed to host the Quad last year. For some reason, the meeting did not happen, right? So this year, again, the Quad summit has to be held, and probably and should be President Trump should be coming also for that meeting, and the Japanese leader and the Australian leader. So this meeting of the ministers of the Quad countries would also do the homework for the scheduling and the agenda for the Quad leaders summit later in the year, when Trump should come to India. So that would be another dimension of discussions during Rubio's visit. He will, of course, talk to India about reducing our purchase of Russian oil. Though right now they've given a 30-day waiver, but then in the long term, they want very much India to stop buying oil from Russia. So that would also be under discussions. And then, of course, the matter of, the Iran war, and of course, the matter of the Russia-Ukraine war. These would also be topics.
All right, viewers, getting you big updates coming in. Republic has accessed the second autopsy order, copy the Twisha Sharma case, second autopsy ordered by Jabalpur High Court. Order states Professor Dinesh Rao from AIIMS Jammu will be heading the team that will be doing the second autopsy. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and huge updates. We will try to, of course, go ahead to our colleague in a short while from now to understand why this is important, because the family had asked for a second autopsy, and we also know the videography of the post-mortem shall also be done for transparency. Huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now, Shivam. Shivam, coming across to you. We have the entire order there, so please read out for us what that order copy says. It says very clearly the report must be submitted in a sealed envelope to the investigating agency. Videography of the post-mortem is also ordered for transparency. We have the entire copy order. What are the main points here? This is huge coming in.
Yeah, Shivangi, we have the order copy, and I would request my cameraman to zoom into the order copy so that we can clearly establish that this is first on Republic exclusive, because we are the one who have been tracking this story from day one. And repeatedly, the father of the deceased, that is Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, had been demanding that a second autopsy should be done, because there was lack of trust. There was a clear trust deficit in this entire case, and they were demanding from day one that first, there should be a CBI probe, and second, there should be a second autopsy that should happen in this case. Now, Shivangi, you very well understand the entire matter, where the main belt that was used in the crime was not submitted by the investigative officer initially when the probe began, when the first post-mortem took place, and also the body was decomposing, and the family was continuously demanding that a second post-mortem should happen. And just yesterday, this was ordered, which was a big Republic impact and a big victory for the family, also a step towards becoming victorious in the entire matter. Now, I would like to read the order copy, and it clearly states that Shri Navnidhi Sharma, the father of the deceased, is present in person before this court, and the writ petition has been filed by him. And also, I would like to go on to the sections. It mentions 82, 85, 35 of the BNS Section 2023, Section 3 and 4 of Dowry Prohibition Act to immediately direct the respondents number 1 and to 4 to secure and preserve the mortal remains of the deceased, that is Srimati Twisha Sharma in this case, which is lying at the mortuary in AIIMS Bhopal, and restrain them from releasing the body for cremation, burial or otherwise disposing of it. Because you know, Shivangi, how they were trying to release the body so that they can do the cremation. The family was denying that we don't want to do the cremation in this case. We want a second autopsy in this case. And now the order further states that, and also directs the respondents for conducting a second post-mortem examination of the body of the deceased by a duly constituted board by director of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, that is from AIIMS in New Delhi or AIIMS Jammu, by a team headed by Dr. Dinesh Rao. Who is Dinesh Rao? Mr. Dinesh Rao, Dr. Dinesh Rao is working as a professor, and he is an HOD in the Forensic Medicine AIIMS Jammu, either at AIIMS Delhi or at AIIMS Jammu. All right, we are getting live visuals outside from the house of Giribala, Shivangi.
Right, getting you live pictures coming in. These are pictures coming in right from outside Giribala, the mother-in-law's residence. And this, by the way, and I want to highlight, this is the matrimonial home of Twisha, of late Twisha. It looks like, well, we'll try to go across to our reporters as well. It looks like there's some movement there. There's some movement there, and couple of people are moving. There could be lawyers who are moving, because we just saw a short while back that lawyers had entered the residence of Giribala, and it looks like they are moving out from that residence. Once we go across to our reporters who are on the ground, we'll understand what is happening there. But there's a movement there, and they are moving out. We're trying to get a reaction. We're trying to get a reaction from them as well. Let's see if they give a reaction before moving out. These are pictures coming in live from Giribala's home. It looks like a couple of lawyers who had entered are leaving. We're trying to get a reaction from them. And once we get, okay, it looks like they're trying to get a reaction, but let's see what's happening on the ground. All right. So, okay. So that movement has just happened. The vehicle, which is usually parked inside Giribala's home, has now just left the residence of Giribala. A short while back, a couple of lawyers had entered Giribala's residence. All right. So it looks like there's a movement there. A couple of family members have just left towards the court, from what we understand so far. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, live pictures. We'll continue getting our viewers all these updates. Samarth Singh, Samar's brother, is moving out of the residence, just moving outside the residence, perhaps with the lawyers who had just entered a short while back. And we were trying to get a reaction, the press there, trying to get a reaction before they moved out. So some movement there from Giribala's home. This is the matrimonial home of the late Twisha. Samarth Singh, remember, was taken into custody in Jabalpur after 10 days of evading arrest, following a court's rejection of his surrender attempt there. The CBI has stepped in. The Madhya Pradesh government has transferred the investigation into Twisha Sharma's death to the CBI, and a fresh autopsy has been ordered. We showed you that order copy of the autopsy. Let's go to Shivam, who's joining us. Shivam, we know that Samarth will be produced in a Bhopal court today. It looks like Siddharth Singh, who is Samarth's brother, is moving out of the residence. Those pictures came in. Yes, Shivam.
Yeah, there are developments happening live as we speak right now, and the visuals are on the screen. Latest, this is from the Giribala home that you can see outside Giribala home, and these are the live visuals coming in from that location. Live visuals because as we say, justice. This is Samar Singh's brother who just left on the screen as we showed you the latest visuals in this case. And there were many lawyers who were entering the home. And when we tried to confront, there was no response. There was no clear response over the bail, over the entire legal proceedings which were happening right now. And they were trying to duck the question, dodge the questions. And because they clearly understand, everybody clearly understands, because this is a huge republic impact in this case. We were questioning from day one. We were posing the right questions from day one, and they were dodging the question right from Giribala to the lawyers who were present, and now very shortly he will be presented.
गिरिबाला की गिरफ्तारी के लिए किस चीज के लिए सर नोटिस की जानकारी दीजिए, बयान दर्ज करने के लिए। अंग्रेजी में है वो सर, आपको पता है, प्लीज आप बताइए सर, एटलीस्ट वो अंग्रेजी में है, वो बयान दर्ज कराने सर, क्या बयान दर्ज करने के लिए गिरफ्तारी किस चीज का नोटिस है? वहां पर सर नोटिस है, वारंट है, क्या है? अंदर है गिरिबाला जी, अंदर है मैडम, है क्या? सर किस चीज का नोटिस है, प्लीज सर। सर एक बयान मेरे अधिकारी बता देंगे। आप सर यहाँ नोटिस सर्व करने आए हैं सर, प्लीज एक बयान। ठीक है, देखिए अभी जो तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं
सर कैमरे में नहीं, एक मिनट सर, अरे इनका नाम भूल गया यार, मैं नाम भी तो देना पड़ेगा।
ये तस्वीर इस वक्त आप देख रहे हैं गिरिबाला के घर के अंदर दो पुलिस अधिकारी पहुंचे हुए हैं। हाईकोर्ट का नोटिस पालक कुछ हाईकोर्ट का नोटिस सर्व करने के लिए आए हैं। हाईकोर्ट का संदर्भ में था, इसकी उन्होंने जानकारी दी है।
उसका नाम रह गया यार।
All right, first Republic TV pictures coming in on Republic. We just told you a short while back, the brother of Samarth has just left the residence, moved out of the residence. All right, let's go ahead to my colleague who will be joining us, Pranav, joining us live from the Geo Convention Center, where we see it's a huge festival of technology. We see the brightest minds when it comes to policy, technology, and a lot more present there. The biggest speakers, the biggest thought leaders. Pranav, what is happening today? Pranav joining us live from Mumbai.
Well, yes, absolutely. It's a supercharged atmosphere here. Yesterday was, in fact, a day filled with conversations talking about technology, AI, and futuristic missions. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra Chief Minister, spoke to Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami yesterday, where he spoke about the plans to develop smart cities, about the trillion-dollar investment destination, Maharashtra becoming the big hub for technology investment and AI. We also had MOS Jitendra Singh, who spoke to us about what are India's plans in terms of space technology and space station and space development. So a lot of conversations, a lot of meaningful conversations took place yesterday. And today as well, it's going to be a supercharged day. In fact, we have Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, who will be delivering a keynote address at 11 a.m. So our viewers must stay tuned to that, because it is going to be an insightful one, talking about journalism in times of AI, in times of technology, where it is digital news that is driving the news delivery platform. We will be looking at that at 11 o'clock today. Post that, we will be having a conversation with Sridhar Vembu, the Indian entrepreneur who chose, Bengaluru, or a small village in India, over Silicon Valley. He will
will be talking to us about technology development. He will be talking to us about the plans to develop India as the tech hub, while choosing India as the destination over global, the Silicon Valley. So yes, a lot of conversations, lot of exciting dialogue that is slated to take place today at BKC here at Imagine Next.
Well, thank you, Pranav, for getting us all those details. It's a big event. Pranav is taking us through what to expect today. The biggest leaders and the brightest minds will be speaking at that festival of technology. Thank you for getting us all those details, Pranav. And taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll continue to be live and breaking this Saturday.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo moto? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judges...
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगता स्टील TMT से बना,
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Twisha Sharma's husband Samar Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal Police. Accused Samar Singh suspended from practice as advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik Police files 1500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with NEET exam paper leak. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for Quad meeting. Energy, security, trade and defence talks on focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis as the reason. And this is the third fuel price hike in 10 days. Petrol up by 87 paise, diesel up by 91 paise. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, after landing in Kolkata earlier today, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is en route to Delhi. Now, Rubio will land in Delhi shortly and is set to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at around 2 p.m. Now, this 4-day high-stakes visit of Rubio is being watched closely by the global diplomatic circles. Now, he is going to land in Delhi, and he will be in India till May 26, and during his visit, he will be attending the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. Now, in these 4 days, he will be traveling to various cities, which includes Agra and Jaipur. He was in Kolkata and he's en route to New Delhi. He will be in Agra and Jaipur, and he's here for 4 days. We'll also get you the latest updates in this entire story, because this is big when it comes to the India-US relations. It's a reset of the ties between India and US, because this was very important, and also America continues to be in a conflict with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz being choked in this entire case, and they want to reach out to other countries in this case. And now this important visit of Marco Rubio, a top focus story of today, historic visit, his first visit after a very long time for Secretary of State of United States of America. Now, energy will be in agenda and other trade will be in agenda, and this will be tracked. We are tracking minute-to-minute updates, and we'll be shortly joined by a guest also, and we'll move on to our guests for an interaction on this story and for analysis on what's unfolding. But we are closely tracking all the developments in this entire case. A big day for US-India relations. All right, now I would like to welcome Mr. Rabindra Sachdev, Foreign Affairs expert, for a comment on this entire issue. Thanks a lot, Rabindra, for joining. And what will be your take? And if you can put this into perspective, what is India going to benefit by the visit of Marco Rubio?
I think in the big picture, the first thing Rubio's visit should accomplish is that it should set a forward-looking positive outlook in US-India relations after the tumultuous, chaotic last 1 year. The last 1 year of US-India relations was perhaps the lowest ebb in terms of rhetoric between the two. There have been differences in the past, but never so much as such a intensity as was in the last 1 year. So the top agenda of the Rubio visit, and we would want, is that US and India get back on track towards, discussions on various topics, and do not lob, googlies at each other.
All right, Mr. Sachdev, if you let's talk about the energy crisis that India is facing, and not just India, the many countries across the globe. It's happening across the globe, and especially we are better placed, but also if you look at the fuel price hike which are happening. However, there was a question that was given by the government. How long do you think situation is going to improve when it comes to the conflict, and how long do you think India and other countries can keep moving forward, and by very fact that the energy crisis continues, Mr. Sachdeva?
Unfortunately, I think, I may be very wrong, but I think the energy crisis is here to stay, and it would get even worse in the coming 3 months, because, the past supplies which were there, or the oil at sea which was there, all of it has been exhausted. The strategic reserves of various countries, 400 million barrels they were to release, substantially 250 million has already been released, right? So now the world is really reaching the bottom of the barrel in terms of where we are. So whenever new oil starts flowing once the conflict ends, that will itself take another 3 months for markets or for our daily lives to come back to normal. So probably 6 months to 9. But with respect to Rubio visit, there's a very interesting energy angle which I see here. He has said India can buy as much energy as it wants from the United States. Of course we can, open market. But I think what he will be pushing for is now sale of Venezuelan oil to India. Venezuela produces about 1 million barrels a day, right? He could very well say to India, buy 500,000 barrels a day from Venezuela. India imports about 5 million barrels a day total. So out of that 10%, 500,000 barrels you buy from Venezuela at a discount, assured contract for the next 3 years. Okay? That he is offering India some energy security. But the interesting twist in this is that the Venezuelan oil is being sold by the American government. So the money for the oil would go to the government of America or their treasury, and from that account, a portion of it would be given to Venezuela. So the American government directly profits from any sales of Venezuelan oil.
So the entire plan, Mr. Sachdeva, Rabindra, the entire plan was about profit making when it comes to the American attack on Venezuela. And if you talk about that also, is it feasible that they can sell Venezuelan oil and they can compensate for the loss that we are not getting the oil from the Middle Eastern region? Can that be can they compensate?
Yeah, it can be. It depends upon the discount. The main thing is that how the distance Venezuela is farther than the Middle East or than Russia, from where we get the heavy sour crude that we process, our private sector, basically Reliance, and then public sector, Indian Oil and HP. Right. So if the discount is such that it covers up for the freight addition, per barrel from Venezuela to India, the freight is around $3 to $4 a barrel. So if the discount on the oil is, let's say, $6 or $7, then, fine, it is as competitive as any other oil that we buy in the market. So the numbers could work out. And secondly, by the way, in this Rubio, I think, playbook, given the Quad, and there was a talk that Delcy Rodriguez would be in town, right? She's not coming, apparently, but what they're looking is also to offer energy security to the Quad. When he meets with the Quad foreign ministers, he can tell each of them, Australia and Japan, and of course India, fourth is America. So he could tell Australia and Japan also, and India, all three, okay? You each buy 300,000 barrels a day of confirmed secure oil for the next 3 years of contract. So 300,000 barrels, Japan gets assured, Australia gets assured, India gets assured. Yeah. And that is about how much Venezuela is producing right now.
Okay.
As it increases its production capacity, it could be selling to others also. But right now it can produce no more than 1 to 1.2 million barrels a day. Okay. So here, Rubio would have locked in sales contracts for the Venezuelan oil, provided a pretext or a reason, and said that, Quad countries, look here, this is a concrete thing that America brings to the Quad. We are helping your energy
that's why there is also a trust deficit when it comes to America in terms of their future plans in Iran also, whether they are just after the Iranian oil. So stay with us. We have another big development. I would need a comment on that also from you. Now, US green card applicants will now have to return to home countries to apply. The DHS says this, and foreigners seeking to adjust their immigration status in the United States to secure green cards will have to do so from outside the country via the State Department. The US Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, said on Friday. Now, the green card process had been unchanged for more than 60 years, marking the latest significant move by the Trump administration on immigration policy. And it goes on to say that an alien who is in the US temporarily and wants a green card must return to their home country to apply, said the US Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and they call the outsiders as aliens, now which has oversight of USCIS. Non-immigrants like students, temporary workers, or people on tourist visas come to the US for a short time and for a specific purpose, and our system is designed for them to leave when their visit is over. Their visit should not function as the first step in the green card process. Following the law allows the majority of these cases to be handled by the State Department at US consular offices abroad and frees up limited USCIS resources to focus on processing other cases that fall under its purview. And this is Sridhar Wembu's reaction on this. He says the self-respect should dictate your course in this case, and let's make Bharat proud in this case. So it's about the green card, and Sridhar Wembu has clearly made an appeal to Indians on a visa. Please come home. All right, let's go to Robinda on this for a reaction on what's happening exactly. Robinda, when it comes to the immigration and the policies of America, whether it be H-1B visa or the green card, do you think the American government is on the right track or not?
Well, if you ask Trump and MAGA, they would say they're absolutely on the right track. If you ask, especially the tech industry, especially the people who believe in innovation and growth, they will say, no, this is the wrong track, because it is about having the right talent. America is what America is because it has been a magnet for talent. So if your policies are demagnetic, then of course you will not be getting the talent. And if you're not getting the talent, then the innovation engine, entrepreneurial engine, the capitalist engine.
But Mr. Robinda, whether it be the American technology, whether it be NASA or the top tech companies across the globe, it is Indians who are leading. It is Indians who are working, and that's why it's called brain drain, and that's the Indian brain functioning abroad. And the appeal by Sridhar Wembu also, and other the people who know the Indian economy, the Indian industry, don't you think this crisis could be turned into an opportunity by calling for all the brain that has gone outside to come back to India, and let's develop India? I think it's being too optimistic, but what else can we do? In the case of crisis, there is an opportune time to develop our country, our economy, and our tech to a level so that we can compete with the top global leaders.
No, absolutely, that is there. Talent, our brain drain, which has gone there, should now become a brain gain. It is said there's a strong argument for it, and it should happen. But at the same time, let us not forget the fact that it's very often many of the talent who have gone abroad, let's say in the US and all, done well in the Silicon Valley, they are the ones who initiated the IT revolution back in India between Silicon Valley and Bangalore, right? Bangalore as an IT center grew only because it was the initial Indian-American IT entrepreneurs in the Silicon Valley and in the US who set up back shops here. Those were the days of call centers and Y2K crisis and such, and BPOs. And once that bridge started working, that's when American mainstream companies got accustomed to the fact that work can be done.
Rabindra, I agree with you to the points that you're making.
To that also.
It's a combined effort, it's a collective effort, and especially if you look at the previous governments also, all of the governments were strict when it comes to the immigration policy, but they were open to the talent that was coming there. Now, when all the talent has built the American economy, have built the Silicon Valley and everything, don't you think it sounds like use and throw, that it's all done now, done and dusted, and let's, because we have the technology, we are now an advanced nation, why do we need the people from other countries? Now they have become alien for them. If you go with the wordings that have been mentioned, it sorts of feels nationalistic to the American people. But what about the people who are working for American economy, their country, their citizens, and now you're asking them to move out from the country and then apply for a green card from your country? So it's sort of an insult. Self-respect should come first. At least now. He has called hellhole, India a hellhole. The kind of remarks, even though he praises the government or Prime Minister Modi, but what about the remarks for Indians?
No, definitely so. I mean, in America, white nationalism is on the rise. Christian nationalism is on the rise. Anti-immigrant sentiments and behavior is on the rise, unfortunately, in America. That all is there. That said, you had several points, but I want to specifically talk about this green card going back to India issue. See, when you apply for a green card, you're typically on an H1. I've been on an H1, so I've been on multiple H1s and my own visas, etc. Right? So I know the process, or I've been through, or in my. So you're typically on an H1 with a company for 3 to 6 years. So around the 4th year, you apply for the green card. And your green card is linked to the company in which you're working. Okay. And then by the 6th year, when your H1 period is over, your green card has not come, then you come into a limbo state. You're waiting for the green card, but you're legally allowed to continue working.
Okay.
What this policy is saying is that you have to go to your home country in order to apply. So as of now, I would interpret what this means is that you would take
Rabinder, in simple words, you please continue. Just a small interjection. Don't you think go back to your country and apply means just go back to your country?
No, in the legal sense, okay. If it was said politically,
but whatever sense,
right.
But they are clearly
But
saying that go back to your country first, Rabinder. Isn't it that the case?
No, sir. Couple of things. If it is said by a political rhetoric, that is right. But if it's written into law, what it means is that you will go to your country and you will apply from there at the US Embassy in 1 week, 10 days time, and then you will come back and you will continue your work on H1 visa. It is just like H1 visa to be renewed. Okay, H1 used to be for 3 years, is for 3 years. When your H1 has to renew for the next 3 years, you are required to go out of America, apply from an embassy or a consulate outside America. So typically what people would do, they would go from the US to Canada and then enter from the Canadian border, fulfilling that requirement. When Trump came, what they've also done now is that for H1 renewal, you have to go back to your home country and then re-enter. That is, you cannot now go to Mexico for a weekend or 3-4 days and then coming back, it has been stamped and your H1 is renewed.
Yeah.
Now it is that you have to go back to your own country to get your H1 re-stamped. So similarly,
definitely.
I think as of now, from what I understand, green card
Mr. Rabinder, bit short of time, but as always, as usual, thanks a lot for your expert analysis on what's unfolding on the global platform. Thanks a lot, Rabinder Sachdev. So thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up, Twisha Sharma's husband, Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, has been arrested by Bhopal Police and is set to be produced in court today. We'll bring you latest updates after the break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo moto? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women, before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps of an order which, if implemented, would have been disastrous for society and ecology. Thank God for that media trial. And I say thank God for the ongoing media trial in the Twisha Sharma case. And I'm ready to challenge anyone.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus stories today is Marco Rubio's India visit. He landed in Kolkata and he has left for New Delhi. He'll be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That will be our top focus story. And also, we are closely monitoring the Twisha's death mystery case, where Samarth will be presented before the court. We'll also get you the minute-to-minute updates of that story too. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Twisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal Police and will be presented before court shortly. Accused Samarth Singh suspended from practice as an advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik Police files 1500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio landed in Kolkata today and he has left for Delhi for court meeting. Energy security, trade and defense talks in focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis as the reason. And this is the third fuel price hike in just 10 days. Petrol up by 87 paise, diesel up by 91 paise. All right, viewers, this is a big breaking news development, and this is Republic. We confronted Samarth's lawyer in this case. We asked the tough question to him, and we asked the question. The Samarth's lawyer's reaction came that I forced him to surrender. This is coming from the lawyer because the question by Republic was that if the High Court has said that surrender before the trial court in Bhopal or the investigating officer, why did Samarth surrender before the court in Jabalpur? And this is the reaction that we are getting. He said, I forced him to surrender. This is Samarth's lawyer, confident of the fact that he's leading this case, and he's saying, I was the one who told him to surrender, exhausting all legal remedies, because it's getting tough, because Republic is following the case from day one. And we confronted Giribala and she had no answer. And this is the answer from Samarth's lawyer in this case. Pretty agitated as usual, as it might be, as expected. Now they're saying that exhausting all legal remedies. They're looking at all legal remedies in this case because it's getting tougher to save Samarth in this entire case. He was on the run for a very long time, and he came to the court to surrender with his face covered with a mask, head covered, and he was wearing black shades. Let's go to the confrontation once again.
जब बोला गया सर कि ट्रायल कोर्ट जाना है या आयोग के सामने करना है, तो आप किस रीजन से जबलपुर गए? क्या लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे?
आप लोग ही डिसाइड कर लेंगे तो फिर
आप क्या मुझे लीगल रेमेडी बताइए, आप क्या लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे?
मैं तो ये जानना चाहता हूँ सर, अरेस्ट है या गिरफ्तार है? पूरे सिनेरियो में ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि अरेस्ट माना जाएगा। अच्छा, आप एक बात बताइए, अरेस्ट और गिरफ्तार में क्या फर्क है?
हिरासत में
है या अरेस्ट में? आप समझ लीजिए, समर्पण किया है या अरेस्ट में?
आप जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे? आप जबलपुर क्यों गए? व्हाट लीगल रेमेडी वर यू एग्जॉस्टिंग देयर?
मीडिया में चला रहे हैं, हमने नीचे बेल मूव करी, वो रिजेक्ट हुई, हाई कोर्ट में आए। भाई मैं मेरी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करूंगा।
सर, जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे हैं?
इस पूरे घटनाक्रम को लेकर
यार हम आपके सामने आए हैं।
नहीं, अभी तो आप आए ना, आप 12 दिन के बाद।
आप मेरे को एक बात बताइए। नहीं, आप
देयर
वाज अ जज इन दिल्ली, वो आल्सो कमिटेड सुसाइड। जज था, उस पर तो आप सवाल नहीं पूछ रहे।
क्यों नहीं पूछा?
सर वो केस अलग है, ये इसकी बात कर रही है। एक सिटिंग जज अभी इस दिल्ली में एक सिटिंग जज ने कर लिया, वहाँ पे दिल्ली में सवाल पूछे गए। आप दिल्ली में थे क्या? सवाल पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है कि सवाल नहीं पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है?
हमें सिर्फ एक लीगल
कह रहा है कि दिल्ली में सवाल?
आप कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे जबलपुर में?
देखिए दिल्ली में भी सवाल पूछे, हमने वही कहा,
सब सवाल पूछे गए। आप कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे सवाल नहीं पूछे गए?
दिल्ली में भी पूछे गए, और लेकिन आपने या सोसाइटी राइट,
कौन प्रूव करेगा? आप प्रूव करेंगे, मैं प्रूव करूंगा?
नहीं, तो आप हमें लीगल रेमेडी तो बताएंगे ना सर। आप हमें लीगल रेमेडी
जानना चाहता हूँ। एक आपने बड़ा सवाल खड़ा कर दिया है।
देखो, इफ यू आर क्लेमिंग यू आर अ लॉयर,
when he was asked to appear before the trial court or Ayog, why what legal remedy to exhaust? Which legal remedy was he produced before the Jabalpur court? What were they doing?
ये अरेस्ट जो है सरेंडर है या फिर?
एक सवाल पूछा मैंने, उसका जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे आप।
सवालों से बचते हुए सीधे तौर पर केवल और केवल दिए जा रहे हैं।
बात को घुमा रहे हैं, जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे आप।
Confrontation with Samarth's lawyer. Clearly no clear answer. And now Republic also speaks to Katara Hills Police Station SHO, and we spoke to him, and SHO Sunil Dubey brought Samarth to Bhopal, and this is the case. And this is Sunil Dubey, who outlined the further course of action, stating that Samarth would be produced in court today itself. Cop who travelled with Samarth to Bhopal. And Republic speaks exclusively to Katara Hills Police Station SHO. And it was Sunil who had personally brought Samarth from Jabalpur to Bhopal in his own vehicle. And when we asked whether Samarth was guilty, the station of house officer offered no comment on this. But this is exclusive. Cop who travelled with Samarth to Bhopal. Let's listen into this exclusive conversation.
कटारा हिल्स थाना प्रभारी सुनील जी हमारे साथ हैं। सुनील जी से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत में करूंगा। सुनील जी, कितने बजे रवाना हुए जबलपुर से? यहाँ पर कितने बजे समर्थ को लेकर आए, आरोपी समर्थ को?
आरोपी को मध्यरात्रि लाए थे, लगभग 2 बजे के लगभग, और उसका मेडिकल करा के और गिरफ्तारी ली गई है। आज उसको पुलिस रिमांड पे लेंगे पूछताछ करने के लिए।
अच्छा, आज क्या फिर से उसका मेडिकल कराएंगे कोर्ट में पेश करने से पहले?
हाँ, ये प्रोसेस है, प्रोटोकॉल है कि जब भी न्यायालय पेश करते हैं तो उसके पूर्व और यहाँ लाते हैं तो उस समय उसकी मेडिकल कराया जाना चाहिए, तो मेडिकल कराएंगे।
पाया सर, एम्स में या जेपी में कहाँ कराएंगे मेडिकल?
सर, अब ये विवेचक जैसा डिसाइड करेंगे वैसा होगा।
अच्छा, इस दौरान बातचीत में अब तक की पूछताछ में कुछ समर्थ ने कबूला?
देखो, अभी तो उसको लेके आए हैं, रात्रि का समय था, अब प्रॉपर जो है एसीपी साहब उससे इंटरोगेट करेंगे।
लेकिन 6 घंटे का सफर आप ही की गाड़ी में वो आया, कुछ उससे गिल्टी है? उसकी आंखों से या बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लग रहा है कि उसे पछतावा है।
अब सर, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर ही बता पाएंगे।
All right, so this is SHO Sunil Dubey who brought Samarth to Bhopal, and very shortly he'll be presented before the court, and possibly they'll get a remand of him. And this is exclusive conversation. Republic spoke exclusively to the cop who travelled with Samarth to Bhopal. All right, viewers, now the tragic death case of 33-year-old Twisha Sharma sent shockwaves across the nation. While powerful influences initially threatened to dilute the investigation, the relentless, uncompromising journalism of Republic Media Network brought the traction this case needed. Now, Twisha's husband, Samarth, who had been absconding for nearly 10 days, came out, surrendered. He was arrested in Jabalpur Court and is now in custody of the police. Very shortly, he will be appearing before the court. Now, this is a big win for Twisha's family, and now Twisha is closer to getting justice. Take a listen to what the family had to say.
I want to go, and Abhishek and Niranjan also want to go today and speak to Major Harshit, who's been at the very forefront of fighting for his sister. Major Harshit, every time I speak with you, my respect goes up a little because we know what you've been through. We can see every time, whether you're in the court or whether you're trying to go to the police, that your one thing is, and you said this yesterday to Arnab, say what you want, we'll get back. I want to know today what you are feeling after the Honorable Madhya Pradesh High Court has given out the orders it has.
Ma'am, I feel we are heading in the right direction. I want to call it a win, but it is not. It is only the direction that we have gotten. The win is ahead of us. When we get justice for Twisha, that is when we are winning.
Major Harshit, you know, we've been speaking to many lawyers. In fact, you're getting support from across the country. A lot of people are calling in. Okay, Samarth has been arrested. Giribala is not arrested yet. And Giribala has had enough time. Let's put Harshit on screen, please. Okay, the video just froze. Okay, he's back. He's back.
Right now.
Yes, go ahead. I think your video froze, so we lost you there. Continue, please. Sorry.
Sir, it is only some positive motivation that we have gotten today. And we have gotten a direction to which we have to move forward. So yeah, it is a small victory.
And you know, that's like a brother. That's like spoken like a brother, because I can understand where you're coming from. This is not a victory. This is not about a media trial. This is about understanding why Twisha died. This is about understanding that dowry deaths do happen. And I understand the law. I understand where Shawnee would come from when he says, no, there are a lot of fake matrimonial 498 divorce cases filed. I've seen through that. We've all been through and we've seen that. But when this kind of a reality hits us, Major Harshit, what more and how do you want this to proceed in the next few days? Because this matter is coming up in Monday before the High Court.
Preferably at an accelerated pace. We have all seen cases like these who go up to the court and it's a long battle, 5 years, 10 years, no judgment being passed. I would want, considering the amount of efforts that everybody, including your network, are putting through, at least once we prove a point that when everyone comes together, justice prevails and it is delivered at an accelerated pace. I'm all for media trial because you've been our eyes and ears. I've always maintained it is like a system which gives different result when it is being watched and when it is not. And you are our eyes and our ears, and I thank you for that.
Major Harshit, you're sounding a little relieved than what you were at the beginning of this week. You held that news conference when you were extremely upset after Giribala held the news conference. I want to go back to one of the turning points in this case, Major Harshit. That was your conversation with Giribala, which was recorded, that audio tape. All of Tuesday we played that audio tape, and that has been the turning point in the case because many people could not believe what they heard in that tape. And when I look at that tape, it shows that you haven't just been fighting from the 12th of May, the night your sister died under mysterious circumstances. / was killed. It shows you've been fighting from the beginning of her marriage with Samarth. Am I correct?
It was never about fighting against the marriage. It was about the ill treatment that she was going through. I will never take it, not just for my sister, but for any woman. I have a wife myself. And I would never take any disrespect for the woman that I love, for the women who have cared for us. And it was very disheartening to see another woman making those statements. And I have not fought well. Sadly, I am the younger one. And Twisha is very adamant on her decisions. She is an emotional person. The fact that she had chosen Samarth is the only reason why even on that day, I do not know what Samarth had told Twisha, but when they came back, she told me ki nahi, just say sorry to Amma. And when I look back, that is the worst mistake that I've ever made. I said sorry to this woman and I touched her feet. And I will never forgive myself for that.
When was that? When did this happen?
This was on the same day. The same time that this was happening. The fact that my sister took, because we were there to help her out. We were there to fight it out for her. At that point, the question was whether to save her home or not. And she chose to give this man another chance and to save her home. The home that she had chosen for herself.
Major, one comment that I noticed of Giribala Singh was that the family was not talking to them. She's putting the onus on the family, as in on Twisha's family, that they were not talking to her when this particular incident has happened. She's made that comment somewhere.
Sir, I have already maintained the last call that we had made was on the 13th, early hours of 13th. Till the time we were looking for some information from them, some facts. But the time we realized that there are no facts coming from here, only lies, is the time we stopped calling them. Why would we choose to talk to people who have not spoken to us at the time of incident, who have maintained that they were in a rush, and it was very evident from the video that they were not. They have maintained that they were trying to help her out and trying to help us out. But there are evidences now that they were not. They were trying to cover things up. They were trying to cover the act that they have done, not trying to help anybody else but themselves. The nearest hospital was Mount Hospital to their home, not AIIMS. I want to question the involvement of AIIMS here. Why was AIIMS Hospital chosen to take Twisha? What is the involvement of AIIMS? Why did the PM report came the way that it was? And considering the High Court has also accepted it.
Also,
who has made this report and under whose jurisdiction? And who has influenced it?
You said the act they have done, Major Harshit. What act do you think have they done?
Ma'am, I am no one to comment on that.
Okay, fair
They
enough.
are the probable experts in every field that they can catch their hands to. They are medical experts, they are legal experts, yet they make such horrendous decisions and such derogatory remarks. I am not going to stoop down to their level.
I also heard they had taken money, and at one time they demanded allegedly 10 lakh rupees, and then your father-in-law had given some money to them.
I am not directly privy to this conversation, ma'am, but this happened during the wedding. And the time she called me up, Giribala Singh called me up asking for my mother to go see her as and when she was getting ready for the wedding. We had to stop the wedding proceedings that time just for the mother to go see Miss Giribala. And that is the time of incident when they were probably demanding.
So,
my father-in-law had one with
so basically,
father-in-law.
So trouble started immediately, I mean, even as the wedding was on.
Yes, definitely. The fact, even then my parents had chosen not to tell me about this. I was told about this quite some time later. I only knew that my mother was coming out crying from there, and they were complaining about the proceedings. We had given our heart and soul for those proceedings. Everything that we had. Our time, our resources, everything. And they chose to call my mother and send her back crying during the proceedings.
During the wedding, not the proceedings. During the wedding.
Yes.
Also, there is a video that we have seen today, Rhythm. Major, we have seen a video today of Twisha just 4 or 5 hours before the incident, 6 hours before the incident.
We'll just play.
She seems like absolutely a person wanting to live. She's a person who's being treated at a salon, right?
Salon. It's a salon.
Salon, yeah, and she's engaging in a very normal manner with the attendant. That seems like a person who's very normal. That's like a person who's wanting to live, not wanting to die.
Add to that, what the lawyers were today telling me, Major Harshit, we saw Samarth in the courtroom. We've not spoken yet about the conduct that was done in the courtroom in Madhya Pradesh, the district court. He was wearing a gamcha, he was wearing a cap, his eyes were covered.
He was wearing glasses.
Sunglasses. Was there a particular reason that you're suspecting this was also done? Because someone at the post-mortem also, when I was speaking to the forensic experts, were guiding us that there could have been had a scuffle, alleged, we don't know, but there could have been something. The reason that he was on the run could have been that possibly there was more evidence that was being scuttled, that they wanted to go away, that there should be no marks on anyone's body. This is what was presumably said. We are not verifying it. But Major Harshit, is this something that you also suspect?
Ma'am, we have the same questions ourselves. Why did he choose after 10 days, 10, 15 days that, he would come and surrender? We are raising the same questions. Why after 10 days? What are you trying to hide? The fact that he chose not just to cover his face, but his neck too. The fact that he chose to hold on to that small cloth, because I was watching the video. All through the mob, he was holding on to this. Why?
All right, Republic has been following the story from day one, and it is a big Republic impact that the second post-mortem has been ordered, and also Samarth has been arrested and he will be presented before the court very shortly. Time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up. Just after the break, more details. Twisha Sharma's husband Samar Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal Police and is set to be produced in court today. Coming up next.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still in a...
All right, viewers, welcome back. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, U.S. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has sparked controversy after posting a video showing a jar of murky brown water, claiming it is the current state of drinking water in a Georgia community. Following the construction of a metadata center, she has formally called for both EPA and congressional investigations into the impact of large-scale data centers on local water supplies. Now, AOC emphasized that clean drinking water should not be taken for granted and warned about the environmental cost of massive tech infrastructure projects. Take a look at this report.
I wanted to ask you, while I have you here, if you've been receiving complaints or if you are aware of folks reaching out about data center construction impact on drinking water quality.
I am aware.
You're aware. And what are some of the things that you're seeing and hearing?
So one of, I think, the biggest concerns is related to water availability, which is why we recently relaunched the Water Reuse Action Plan 2.0 to focus on ensuring that whether it's data centers or
anything about water quality, though?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Are there any complaints? I mean, are you observing any negative impacts on data center construction on water quality for Americans?
I don't think anything like that's been raised to my attention.
Okay. I would like to do so. A few weeks ago, while Congress was in recess, I visited Morgan County, Georgia, where Meta is building a massive data center campus. They are clear-cutting forests and began heavy construction, including explosive blasting. And families in the area are starting to see not only their water pressure decrease, to your point about water availability, but their appliances have all stopped working because it is decimating their water quality. They now rely on bottled water to drink and prepare meals, and nearby residents' water bills are expected to increase by 33%. In fact, I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia, right after a data center was constructed. The Meta data center was constructed. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just one family's situation. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable. These families now have to ship, in a rural area, have to ship water to their house in order to cook and bathe themselves. Now, I'm curious if the EPA plans any investigations on how data centers are affecting water quality and availability. I understand what you said about the rule, but are there going to be any open investigations on this issue?
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met. And so we'll be looking into that certainly.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate that because I think this is of utmost importance, and we're seeing this happening across the country. I'd also like to ask about the administration's push to build more data centers by fast-tracking construction. Because the administration's been issuing executive orders to fast-track data center construction when we know that water quality is encountering major issues. Are there any mandates for data centers to do water quality testing prior to construction?
Of like coming from a public water supply, drinking water supply sampling?
Wells, yeah.
I'm not aware of anything like that. However, it doesn't mean I'm just not aware of it. It might exist,
yes,
but I'm not.
Of course. I think it's important that, you as an agency official, we have to make sure we're doing these investigations. And then us, on a congressional level, I'd like to note that I think it's of utmost importance that we also launch congressional investigations into this matter as well, so that we can partner with the EPA and ensure that the drinking water for this country continues to be safe and accessible for the American people. So thank you, Administrator.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up next, Twisha Sharma's husband Samar Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, was arrested by Bhopal Police and is now set to be produced in court today. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing...
Whatever that you wanted to clear.
I wanted to clear that any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a judge, a district judge,
at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
गायब क्यों
चलो
बड़े भाई आप ऐसे हाथ
प्लीज नोट मैडम
Within hours of Twisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Twisha Mehta, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी, एक्सपर्ट ने, सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था. So we believe कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे and we will हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का. आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम. तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV on the live report this afternoon, 12 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you with details of the Twisha case. We are unrelenting in our coverage. Until there's justice in the case, we will continue to point out every cover-up, every botch-up, every lapse there has been in the investigation so far. This afternoon on the show, we are getting you 10 different inconsistencies, 10 inconsistencies in the Twisha post-mortem. We've accessed some of the details. We have the detailed report and also the order copy of the court while allowing a second autopsy, what the court had to say on Friday. Here are the headlines this afternoon.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Twisha's husband Samarth Singh will be presented in court in a short while from now, days after he went absconding. He surrendered in court Friday, will be produced in court today. Second autopsy to be conducted on Twisha Sharma's mortal remains. The family has won the battle for the second autopsy. But will the second autopsy now reveal the truth about how it was botched up? CBI takes over the Twisha case. They will conduct investigation from scratch. Nasik police files a 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and the conversion case. CBI arrests the third mastermind, Manisha Havaldar, in connection with the NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata. He's en route to Delhi to meet the Prime Minister. On Friday, the court has allowed the second autopsy to be conducted on the mortal remains of Twisha Sharma, 33-year-old woman who was harassed, tortured. We don't know whether she committed suicide or whether she was killed or forced to the brink by her in-laws. But what we do have on the show this afternoon is the botch-up in the investigation, possible botch-up in the post-mortem report, in the autopsy that was conducted at AIIMS Bhopal. Now, I have some of the details accessed by Republic show that there were at least 10 inconsistencies. And we will put out all the 10 inconsistencies for our viewers. Let's also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, some details of what went wrong in this particular autopsy and why there was a need for the autopsy to be conducted again. The family has been claiming that in this particular case, even the hospital chosen, AIIMS Bhopal, was for a particular reason. That is what they believed. But starting from, we'll put the graphics out of what the inconsistencies are in this particular case, and we'll go across to our reporters Harsh and Shambhavi and Satyavijay joining us in the broadcast, starting with incomplete details, numbers that did not add up, and missing details in the post-mortem report. Incomplete musculoskeletal examination, blunt force injuries were not properly dissected. There are 10 inconsistencies. Missing neck x-ray, no imaging despite ligature mark on the neck. Questionable viscera preservation. It was preserved despite no significant findings. There were inconsistent findings, more consistent with suffocation and strangulation and not hanging. Height discrepancy, the recorded 166 centimeters versus the actual 176 centimeters. Unexplained nail scrapings, no documented reason for DNA collection. Inadequate autopsy team. There was no female doctor included despite guidelines. This was pointed out in the court. And the suspect had absconded. Potential injuries and drug influence not investigated. The missing ligature material, which was absent for correlation with injuries. Now, these are details that we have, which was the sole reason why the second autopsy was ordered. Let me go across to, we have Shambhavi joining us with the details. Shambhavi is joining us live. Shambhavi, these are extreme. We have also, what we have also accessed is a picture of where the crime scene itself, where they claimed rather that she hanged herself, right? Now, the details don't really add up when they look at the autopsy. We have the report that was submitted by forensic experts, which was also shown in court, which point out some of these inconsistencies.
Well, yes, when you look at the post-mortem report, and even for that, any document, starting from the FIR itself, even FIR had a lot of inconsistencies, starting from just a very small but significant detail, like the age of Twisha. Somewhere it's 31, somewhere it's 30, somewhere it's 33. They're still not clear about it. Then we come to the post-mortem report, the height. There's one of the major inconsistency in the post-mortem report is the height. The height, there's a difference of around 8 to 10 centimeter, which is mentioned in the post-mortem report. She's shown shorter for some reason. She's mentioned shorter for some reason in the post-mortem report. Also, what it claimed that she hung herself using a gymnastic rope. Now, when you look at the setting, actually, it's a little too inconvenient when we think about the height of the ceiling, and somebody who had a height of 6'8", for her to hang herself. And apart from that, another thing with the family shared with us is that something so small but again significant as the color of the undergarment of Twisha was also mentioned wrong in the post-mortem report, because it was checked and verified by Major Harshit, which is Twisha Sharma Sharma's brother's wife, Dr. Rashi, she herself checked the color of it, but in the post-mortem report, the color is mentioned differently. What could be the reason of things so inconsistent? What about the bruises and the blunt abrasions, the blunt wounds that Twisha had on her left side of the body, on the left forearm, on the left wrist, on the left hand, and beneath the scalp? What was the reason? Because it was anti-mortem injuries. What could be the reason of it? Was it because it does not make sense that a person hangs herself and their left wrist or the left arm, left forearm, scalp gets injured? So a lot of answers, a lot of questions that still needs to be answered, and we're hopeful that once the post-mortem, another post-mortem, second post-mortem by AIIMS Delhi is conducted, we will get a lot of answers. Back to you.
Yes, we have some inputs that are coming in from Bhopal and also Jabalpur. We've been tracking the case from multiple cities. Let's play that out.
कटारेल्स थाना प्रभारी सुनील जी हमारे साथ हैं। सुनील जी से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत मैं करूंगा। सुनील जी, कितने बजे रवाना हुए जबलपुर से, यहाँ पर कितने बजे समर्थ को लेकर आए, आरोपी समर्थ को?
आरोपी को मध्यरात्रि लाए थे, लगभग 2 बजे के लगभग, और उसका मेडिकल करा के और गिरफ्तारी ली गई है। आज उसको पुलिस रिमांड पे लेंगे पूछताछ करने के लिए।
अच्छा, आज क्या फिर से उसका मेडिकल कराएंगे कोर्ट में पेश करने से पहले?
हाँ, ये प्रोसेस है, प्रोटोकॉल है कि जब भी न्यायालय पेश करते हैं तो उसके पूर्व और यहाँ लाते हैं तो उस समय उसकी मेडिकल कराया जाना चाहिए, तो मेडिकल कराएंगे।
पाया सर, एम्स में या जेपी में कहाँ कराएंगे मेडिकल?
सर, अब ये विवेचक जैसा डिसाइड करेंगे वैसा होगा।
अच्छा, इस दौरान बातचीत में अब तक की पूछताछ में कुछ समर्थ ने कबूला?
देखो, अभी तो उसको लेके आए हैं, रात्रि का समय था, अब प्रॉपर जो है एसीपी साहब उससे इंट्रोगेट करेंगे।
लेकिन 6 घंटे का सफर आप ही की गाड़ी में वो आया, कुछ उसे गिल्टी है? उसकी आंखों से या बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लग रहा है कि उसे पछतावा है।
अब सर, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर ही बता पाएंगे।
Police has asked for remand of Samarth, Twisha's husband. We're getting in those details as well. The police has asked for 10 days remand, and meanwhile, we're also getting in details of the police, the lawyer team, the legal team going to the house of Giribala and serving a notice to her. And we also have the pictures of the crime scene at Giribala's residence. We'd like to play those pictures out as well. Samarth will be presented in court shortly, and the police are likely to ask for 7-day remand. 7-day remand, not a 10-day remand, so I stand corrected. Let's go across to some of the inputs coming in on the story. He will be presented in court any time now. There's a picture of the crime scene. Can we please play that picture out? In fact, the Republic has accessed the picture of the crime scene where they claimed the crime scene picture. This is from the terrace. There's a still picture that we accessed this morning. Now, what this particular picture shows is where the alleged crime took place. It was from this very ring that they claim, what the police claimed that the hanging took place. They claim that Twisha fashioned a noose using this ring, etc. I have that still picture. And it's been with us since this morning. I want to play that picture out as I go across to Shamabi. Shamabi, when you look at the still picture of the crime scene, what are some of the questions that emerge of the crime scene itself, and what doesn't add up?
Arey, what?
Shambhavi. Shambhavi, we have a still picture. I want to play out the still picture, if we can play out the still picture of the crime scene. Now, what the crime scene shows is that, it doesn't add up, because the crime scene, it appears, is on a terrace. But the body, right, now that's an exclusive picture, right? This is a terrace. But in the CCTV, what they showed or what they appeared to claim was that, they tried to give CPR, not on the terrace, but near the CCTV, very carefully positioned CCTV. Now, there are more questions when you look at the crime scene and when you look at the CCTV and what they tried to portray in the media. Shambhavi.
There were several things which was being said by the family at the moment because by whichever video we have access, the CCTV footage we have seen where we can see that they were bringing body down, bringing Twisha's body down. What they claimed is that they were giving CPR before that, before bringing it down, and that too very conveniently facing away from the camera. And the picture that you see, the picture that we are showing our viewers right now, one is that it appears to be a little lower than the usual ceilings. So there is not enough height for a person of around 5'8" height to be hanging there. Again, it is a technical point, they could very well hang, but the height of it is a little questionable. And then again, as you can see a lot of plans that Giribala Singh's main concern, that has continued to be Giribala Singh's main concern in all the sit-down interviews that she has given. She was least bothered about the fact that her daughter-in-law is deceased, her daughter-in-law passed away. She was bothered about the fact that mere podhe mar jayenge, my plants are going to die, don't seal the place. Because even sealing the place was the same exact terrace that we are showing our viewers. Sealing this exact same place was also questionable. Although it is surrounded by some kind of glass, there's some kind of wall all around. This place was not sealed for the longest time. When asked by family why is that spot not sealed, the answer that they got was because it's an open space. How can we seal an open space? This doesn't seem to be an open space to me. There are walls. There on one side there are glasses. There is a ceiling to it. On the other side as well there are water. This is a place which could very well be sealed. Then why not seal it immediately? Why is it still accessible? It is a spot, a possible crime spot is still accessible for all the people in the family. A lot of evidence can be tampered with, it can be removed, it can be destroyed, and nothing could have been done because it was easily accessible. Even the around 2 days or 3 days later, when Republic reached Giribala Singh's residence and we were trying to get a hold of her, we saw that there was a lot of movement on the terrace. There was fan which was turning on, there was fan which was turning off. So there was a lot of movement at the spot, the possible crime spot. So it raises a lot of questions regarding even the handling of the general procedure, the normal procedural handling of this entire case.
Nisha Menon, a forensic expert, is also joining us while we look at these pictures. Right? Nisha, when you look at the crime scene and when you look at the story that they tried to portray by selectively leaking some of the CCTV videos, and interestingly was leaked by the police, and you look at the autopsy report in this case. Now, there are 10 inconsistencies that were pointed out by some experts that was given in the court, after which the court has agreed that there is a very serious need to look at the autopsy once again. But we've lost so much time. Do you think it will be possible to get the truth out in the second autopsy, if at all?
In majority of the cases, that would definitely, it is the post-mortem which would be conducted the second time will reveal a lot many things. Although I do believe there were certain lapses or lacunas which were there in the first report. For example, the color of the injuries were not exactly, although it gives an approximate age of the injury, the blunt force injuries which have been there inflicted on the body. But that color could have been indicatively mentioned along with the sizes which is there. That is one of the things. And the other details like, since it was also mentioned that the object with which the hanging rope or the gymnastic rope which was found at the crime scene was not provided to the team of the doctors. So they could not correlate the marks according to the marks which were found on the neck. So there were certain lapses which I think so the second post-mortem would definitely cover, and there would be more of a findings which the second post-mortem will reveal.
When you look at the CCTV, are they, because if terrace, let's say terrace was the crime scene, the alleged crime scene, right? They're putting out pictures also of those two rings. If you show the CCTV, can you put out the CCTV and the rings on air in the two window, just so that Nisha can take a look at that? And when you look at that, right, now they claim that is the alleged crime scene on the left. That seems to be a terrace. But what the CCTV carefully tried to show is that they attempted to give CPR on the stairs. Why would anybody try to attempt to give CPR on the stairs? it certainly appears like it was done for the positioning. Look at that. They're trying to give CPR on the stairs, right? It doesn't really make sense. There are some questions that arise. Nisha.
CPR is generally given by medical professionals and professionals who exactly have an idea of how CPR is exactly given. So giving a CPR and where did this statement exactly come from that CPR was being given? Because I think so from the CCTV footage, which is actually visible, we cannot exactly see what was being done. Was exactly the CPR given in the correct direction or according to the standard procedures or not, number one. And secondly, when we talk about the crime scene, it is not very clearly visible. I think so the investigative officers should have first off cordon off this entire area, and all the movement towards this area should have been clearly restricted at that particular moment. And then a proper crime scene investigation should have been done. This CCTV apparently is a post-incident thing which has come up, and this is something which have been recorded, and inferences or deciphering this entire incident on the basis of CCTV and giving clear indications that a CPR was being given, it was given in a right condition or not, whether the deceased was alive, was she breathing, was the pulse active or not. So anything cannot be visibly seen here in this CCTV footage. As a part of the investigation procedure, what exactly happened and what timestamp. Timestamps here are very, very important, which again, I think so the timestamps which is displayed on the CCTV is not the actual timestamp when the incident have taken place. So there are many things which a proper investigation should be done.
But prima facie, as a forensic expert, you do believe that, there are very serious questions that are there in this particular story.
Yes, of course, there are serious questions. Once again, the investigative part, the crime scene not being cordoned off, and the object with which she was found hanging, or which have been suspected to be the object from which was not handed over to the doctor's team immediately, because that is something which is mandatory, and with which that should have been the markings on the neck should have been correlated, and a proper, like whether it is the same object that have been provided or whether the hanging happened with this altogether different object, that could have been analyzed at the same on the first post-mortem instance itself. So there are certain lacunas which are there.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Nisha. And Shambhavi, we spoke to the police. In fact, there was some drama outside the home of this ex-judge Giribala when the lawyers tried to go there and serve the notice to her. And that drama continues because the judge is just not willing to admit that she is directly under the scanner. Our teams once again tried to question the legal teams of Giribala, the ex-judge, on the botch-up, the cover-up, the lapses in the case. Here's Shambhavi questioning the legal team.
जब बोला गया सर कि ट्रायल कोर्ट जाना है या आयोग के सामने करना है, तो आप किस रीजन से जबलपुर गए? क्या लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे? आप लोग ही डिसाइड कर लेंगे तो फिर आप क्या मुझे लीगल रेमेडी बताइए, आप क्या लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे? मैं तो ये जानना चाहता हूं सर, अरेस्ट है या गिरफ्तार है? पूरे सिनेरियो में ये जानना चाहता हूं कि अरेस्ट माना जाएगा। अच्छा, आप एक बात बताइए, अरेस्ट और गिरफ्तार में क्या फर्क है? हिरासत में है या अरेस्ट में? आप समझिए सर, समर्पण किया है या अरेस्ट में है? आप जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे? आप जबलपुर क्यों गए? व्हाट लीगल रेमेडी वर यू एग्जॉस्टिंग देयर? मीडिया में चला रहे हैं, हमने नीचे बेल मूव करी, वो रिजेक्ट हुई, हाई कोर्ट में आए। भाई मैं मेरी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करूंगा। सर, जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे हैं? इस पूरे घटनाक्रम को लेकर यार हम आपके सामने आए हैं। नहीं अभी तो आप आए ना, आप 12 दिन के बाद। आप मेरे को एक बात बताइए। नहीं आप देयर वाज अ जज इन दिल्ली वो आल्सो कमिटेड सुसाइड। जज था, उस पर तो आप सवाल नहीं पूछ रहे, क्यों नहीं पूछ रहे? सर वो केस अलग है, ये बात करिए। एक सीटिंग जज अभी दिल्ली में एक सीटिंग जज ने कर लिया, वहाँ दिल्ली में सवाल पूछे गए। आप दिल्ली में थे क्या? सवाल पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है कि सवाल नहीं पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है? हमें सिर्फ एक लीगल कह रहा है कि दिल्ली में आप कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे जबलपुर में? देखिए दिल्ली में भी सवाल पूछे, हमने वही कहा सब सवाल पूछे गए। आप कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे सवाल नहीं पूछे गए? दिल्ली में भी पूछे गए, और लेकिन
या सुसाइड है, राइट? ये कौन प्रूव करेगा? आप प्रूव करेंगे, मैं प्रूव करूंगा?
नहीं, तो आप हमें लीगल रेमेडी तो बताएंगे ना सर, आप हमें लीगल रेमेडी
जानना चाहता हूँ। एक आपने बड़ा सवाल खड़ा कर दिया है।
देखो, इफ यू आर क्लेमिंग यू आर अ लॉयर,
when he was asked to appear before the trial court or IO, why what legal remedy to his
my choice.
Legal remedy was he produced before the Jabalpur court? What were they doing?
जो है सरेंडर है या फिर
एक सवाल पूछा मैंने, उसका जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे आप।
सवालों से बचते हुए सीधे तौर पर केवल और केवल
बात को घुमा रहे हैं, जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे हैं आप।
बयान तो दीजिए। आप लोग बयान से क्यों बच रहे हैं? आप सर मीडिया को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप कोई भी बयान का जवाब नहीं।
मुंह के ऊपर तो मत रखिए
सर मुंह अगर बाइट लेनी होगी तो मुंह के आगे ही माइक रखेंगे।
मैडम, हैव सम मैनर्स।
सर हमारा काम है ये, सर हमारा काम है। तरीका आप हमें मत सिखाइए, हमारा काम है, मीडिया का काम है सर सवाल पूछना और आप जवाब नहीं।
क्या जानना चाह रहे हैं आप?
हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं आप लोग क्या आगे क्या स्टैंड लेने वाले हैं?
ले लिया ना, सरेंडर कर दिया उन्होंने।
मंडे को गिरिबाला जो है उनकी एंटिसिपेटेड बेल को लेकर सुनवाई।
एंटिसिपेटरी आप अपने है ना? एक सेकंड, हम वो खुद अपना केस लड़ रही है? पहले मेरी बात।
के परिवार वाले कह रहे हैं कि गिरिबाला जो है सबूत मिटा।
क्या गिरिबाला जी खुद अपना केस लड़ रही है? किसको जवाब देना पहले डिसाइड कर लो आप लोग ही। मैडम को किसने बोला कि एंटिसिपेटरी बेल पे? वो ऑलरेडी बेल पे हैं।
नहीं सुनवाई है सोमवार को, ये पूछ रही हूँ मैं।
नोटिस इशू हुए हैं, वो देखेंगे।
नोटिस दिया है सर। सर पुलिस जवाब देने से सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं मीडिया के साथ। सर किस चीज का
नोटिस, किस संदर्भ में था, किस बात का? वो मेरे वरिष्ठ अधिकारी बताएंगे।
I'll just give it a minute for everyone to settle down. Come, those who are coming in, come in.
You always have to be nervous when you're on the stage with Arnab.
Not at all. This crowd loves you, Sridhar. Shall we start? Okay. Mr. Vembu, may I start by saying what a privilege it is that you've come here and that you have taken all the trouble to fly down here from Tenkasi, from Chennai, from Delhi and then to Mumbai today. You're flying out to Madurai this evening, so to get your time is very important and to make the most of this session is very important for me. So that, because I believe that you are not just the founder of Zoho, you are perhaps the most courageous thinker in the technology world in the applied sense in India and around the world today. I think you are a completely maverick disruptor. It is difficult to define you. Even people who criticize you and don't like your very open thoughts appreciate the fact that you are one of the few technologists who is not afraid to speak his mind. So thank you for coming, sir. Let's have a round of applause for Sridhar Vembu, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Vanakkam. Thanks for having me, Arnab.
Thank you.
It's really a pleasure to be with you.
Yesterday you put out a tweet saying that warning against AI becoming a crutch. Why are you against AI? What are you afraid of its potential impact on software developers, on young professionals? Do you think there needs to be some limit put onto AI, and are you working on anything in that sense?
No.
Mr. Vembu.
So I use AI pretty heavily. So for my own, a lot of it I'll say research, reviews. For example, I'll give it some piece of code and ask it to review. It's an excellent reviewer. It can surface ideas that you hadn't thought of. So in that sense, I'm actually a heavy user. I call myself, I pay for 2 of the AI subscriptions too. So, but the tweet was about high school students losing mathematics skills because they are not learning mathematics, they are learning to rely on AI, basically. And actually speaking, more broadly, we run a school in our village in K-12. We do not emphasize technology until kids get older. I think exposing kids to too much technology too young is detrimental. And it's not just me. Steve Jobs believed the same thing. Steve Jobs did not want his own kids using the iPad, all of that too young. And likewise with AI. They have to learn basic skills. You have to learn how to read and write and do calculations, arithmetic, all of that, without relying on the crutch of getting AI to write it for you, write a letter, all this. And this is not just old-fashioned thinking, because now a lot of research is coming that we lose skills, we even lose the judgment if you are not in it. Likewise with code. Code, if you are a software engineer and you only know how to manage AI generating all the code, very soon even that job won't be there, and you have to be discerning about what code it's doing. Because as another tweet I said, this was a quote actually, we have exceptional intelligence without any understanding. I think that would summarize AI. You can use the exceptional intelligence for review, all of that, but you must supply the understanding. I think that's how I will categorize that. Never surrender your understanding. It is just like you said, you are ultimately AI or no AI, you have to supply the judgment as a journalist, your conviction, your passion, that's what you have to supply. It's exactly the same thing true in technology. Technology might seem dry, but you have to have, when you build a product, you are building your conviction in the product. You're not just building a product. There is some encoded conviction. You cannot outsource that conviction to AI. So that's the point.
So I mean, I don't understand the technology world too much, but everything I'm asking you is in the context of recent developments in our country where we are becoming acutely aware of the need for sovereignty. Sovereignty is no longer a philosophical concept or a political concept. I spoke about information sovereignty. Let's not be dependent on the West for the narrative. We're speaking about sovereignty at a time when FDI inflows are negative. When suddenly there is a war, you feel the dollar is becoming stronger and you are suddenly concerned about your overall, your forex reserves. And at the end of the day, my worry is, Mr. Vembu, that Silicon Valley has too much control over us. We are fooling ourselves by saying, oh, we are building our own way model. We don't need our sovereign models. We are a market. We are the best to apply their technology. Are we living in a fool's paradise by saying so? A, have we reconciled to not being the original creator? B, without a creative force that can challenge Silicon Valley, is there any point in being the largest market for applied products? Everybody talks about enterprise solution, this enterprise solution, that. What is the base for that? If the base for everything is going to be Grok and X, Y, Z, whatever, then are we building the base that India needs, that Bharat needs at this moment?
I will speak from a historic point of view. When you ship cheap raw material, import the value-added finished product, that was the foundation of the East India Company. And we know how that turned out for us, right? When you give somebody else your cheap raw material, and all of the value addition is happening elsewhere and we are importing it, that's the foundation of the colonial economics, and that's how the East India Company came to rule over this continent. So that's why it's important that it's not merely that we are consuming somebody else's creation, it is the value we are shipping, it is the dependency we create. And I have said this openly. The risk is for us, Google or Microsoft or Amazon and Facebook, all of these companies become the new East India Company. And we have to be aware of this risk. That's a very real risk. It is not something mythical I just invented. And given our own history, we must be aware of this. And don't be fooled by the fact that there is an Indian CEO at the top. That's irrelevant to the discussion. It is whose laws, whose sovereignty, whose jurisdiction. It all matters. So it's very important to keep this in mind. So,
My question was, what are you doing? What are you doing?
First, I'll tell you
in that
the
direction?
Positive, the optimistic news here. We have enough and more talent to build all of that here. I want you to, if there is one thing you take out of this discussion, have this unshakable religious conviction, we can actually do it here. That's the first thing. Because there's a lot of naysayers, there's a lot of people, oh, we cannot do it here, this and that. Refuse to believe it, because we can actually build it here. That's the first thing that we can do. And then immediately, oh, our government lacks this vision, this and that, Chinese. Most people who actually talk about China do not. We have been operating in China for 27 years, by the way. We have had an office in Beijing. Today we have about 300 employees in China. So we actually are very closely familiar with that system. We do business. We actually make a profit in China. We are not insanely successful there, but we make a profit in China. We have operated for more than 25 years. Chinese entrepreneurs never had it easy, contrary to what we think. In fact, you may have heard of Jack Ma's disappearance. Even today, you never hear much about Jack Ma. The man has been effectively silenced. You know, it never happens in India. Whatever it is, we must actually be, we have the right to speak our mind, and you see online the very clamor that you hear, all this, and all of the foreign platforms here where people post all kinds of stuff. This could never happen in China. The freedoms we enjoy here, those are more vital to me than this policy, this tax rule, all of that. And then I'll come to the third point here, why we must build it. First, I told you we can build it. Second, China has done it in, I would argue, more difficult circumstance than India is facing now. The only thing lacking in us is this self-belief that we can do it. I see it in company after company. We don't aim high enough in all this. And even companies with profit set aside a portion of it for long-term bets. And that's how we have always grown. Anything we do, people often point to Arata as a failure. People don't know how long we last. Actually, every single product we ship, every single product that makes our $2 billion revenue was a failure when it launched. Do you know that? Every single product, we have only launched failures, failure after failure. We simply outlasted the failure. That's it. So that is important, actually. That's important. So we have nearly inexhaustible patience in this. That's something that comes from India itself. Indians are actually a very patient people. We think in millennia. So we have to have that patience, but we can build it, and the talent is very much there. I can tell you, right now I'm working on some technologies. I often talk about this, on basically the nature of software development itself, better tooling around software. It's very critical technology. We have filed about 35 patents in the last 4-5 years, but you will be shocked to see the composition of the team. Deeply rural, mostly people who cannot actually have a fluent conversation in English, and they are the ones building this technology with me, day to day. This talent is there in every part of India. People who come visit us in Tenkasi, people who see our offices, they often get shocked that all of this local talent exists here. Is it place special? I said, everywhere in India this exists. It is there in every corner of India. You just have to believe in this, have the patience, and build it. And we can actually build AI. The key today about AI, I want to come to this, why I criticize AI. Today's AI is too expensive, not just in terms of money, in terms of energy, in terms of data center, in terms of electricity, all of it. India truly cannot afford to take that path. Even in the US, it's a major political debate right now. State after state is banning data centers in the US. So in some cases, when they are coming to data centers in India, because they are kicking them out there, they won't allow them to build data centers because the electricity prices go too high. So we have to be careful. This is a gift horse. We should look in the mouth carefully. Because data center, AI, the level of energy utilization, all of that, these are legitimate questions. I believe fundamentally there are cheaper ways to do it. We can apply our brain, we can build it. The reason why Americans are not doing it is there's a mad rush to dominate the world in this. But if you apply some patient engineering and technology, you can actually build it. over long haul. That's what we are attempting to do.
So where is the dependence? If you were to be asked, one thing we do not need to be dependent on the United States companies on Silicon Valley for, because you've been very vocal about imported software stacks, this imported compute. This has created a structural imbalance, and we can be as good as the Chinese, or even better, provided we take a policy decision to make it easier for Indian companies to compete. Does the government needs to take a policy decision? Do consumers need to take a policy decision? Does there need to be social awareness towards it? Because this imbalance 10 years from now may not be good for the country, right, Mr. Vembu? So if there was one thing that you think we should start doing away with consciously, what would that be? At a level of a entrepreneur like you, or at a level of people?
I'll start with your own slogan, nation first.
Yeah.
I think it's, too often today, we are looking at it as what's in it for me right now, short term, all of this. That's not the mindset that builds the greatest companies. Even if you want to build the greatest technology company, even in Silicon Valley, just looking at it short term never helps. You have to have the persistence, you have to stay the course, and the conviction to stay the course. What is our conviction? The conviction is we can build all of this here, and we need to build all of this here. That it has to start there. And the government now increasingly, actually in the last several years, with the Make in India program, now the Atmanirbhar, the policy direction is going in the right direction. You have to remember, it's very difficult to turn this massive ship around in this way, because we were fed post-1991. The entire consensus was the Washington consensus, globalization, all of this. Anybody who mentioned the word Swadeshi would be laughed out of the room.
They would be lampooned.
In fact, our good philosopher, friend, mentor, Sri Gurumurti ji, when he started the Swadeshi Jagaran Manch, people really laughed at him. And we confused Swadeshi with socialism. Very common confusion. Swadeshi just means that Indian private sector, Indian entrepreneurs, and building our own stuff. It does not mean the government wanting everything. Unfortunately, we confused the two in the 90s. And from that intellectual mood to come to a point where the Prime Minister actually now has mentioned Swadeshi.
Openly.
The word openly. First time, right? It's a huge mental shift in the landscape. It is happening. I believe it will happen more and more and more, because the geopolitics is dictating it. It's not only India. You read the headlines. Just this morning I tweeted about it. I called for Indians to consider returning home, particularly from America. Today they passed a new rule saying, if you're waiting for a green card, you have to go back and wait. You cannot wait here. And green card already takes 15, 20 years. So they are supposed to come to India and wait. Then why don't you just come back permanently? Why we wait for another country? So build something here. So it is that reality that is staring us. My point is we can actually make the most of this moment. The moment is calling us, so we should invest in R&D. Primarily what our private sector has to do, drastically increase the R&D investment. Zoho is primarily an R&D driven company. I'm chief scientist for the reason. Last 3 years I've filed 35, 40 patents. Most of my 70% of my time is on deep technical work. I'm immersed in code. Which is why I said I asked AI for feedback on this, feedback on that design, all of that. That's how I use AI today. But we have to build all of these. And we just hired one of our leading chip designer. We hired a mathematician to work on some deep mathematical problems. We hired a material scientist recently to work on some advanced materials science. So we are doing all of this now. We are going into more foundational R&D right now. That's where we are.
So, also I want to talk about your business model and your way of life. They call this session Why I Moved to the Village. We want to know what motivates Sridhar Vembu. You are a complete sort of opposite of the Silicon Valley or Bengaluru VC ecosystem, which basically says that there's a playbook, you raise large amounts of money, You hire fast, you burn as much money as you can, then you ask for more money, then you exit big. So I find this, I keep telling people, you start a company, why? To exit. I need an exit. So the day you name your company, people say, I want my exit. That's a very untrustworthy system. But I've really seen this. I find this so funny. On the other hand, we have Sridhar Vembu. He lives in Tenkasi. He rides a bicycle. He picks up people who are leaving school and teaches them to do code that competes with Silicon Valley. For 30 years, he has built Zoho Corporation into one of the world's most successful global SaaS companies, certainly the biggest ever built out of India. It is profitable. He is operating in 180 countries right now. He has 100 million users. He has billions in revenue. And if he was to be listed, he would probably be, I don't want to speculate, but if you meet him, you know, he is the most humble man with absolutely no material wants. And he lives out of Tenkasi, not to make a point. He is in southern Tamil Nadu because he wants to run a different model. So now I want to talk about this business model, because youngsters, especially through now, don't mind my saying it, through these podcasts, you know, there are 1,000 podcasts, how to become rich in 10 minutes, how to exit in 10 months, you know, how to fool your angel investor. And so I actually mean it. There's no cynicism mode. If there's anybody who's done it, I'm sorry, but whatever. But he's building the country. Imagine if we had 10 Sridhar Vembus in this country. Am I right? He is authentic and original. So we love him. And his tweets and retweets on issues concerning Donald Trump get as much traction as well. So we need to understand your thinking, not just your technology. Tell us about your thinking. Technology, the country, building, and companies. Please.
So I think about this holistically. First, I'll give you an anecdote. We have an office in Austin, Texas. About 300 employees work there, mostly American employees. We have very few Indians who will be there, but mostly American employees there. And the attrition rate is lower than our attrition rate in Chennai. Our American employees love us, love this company. And if you ask them why, in fact, I asked them, my American colleagues, why would you want to work here? They say, this is the only extended family I have actually had. This company feels like family to me. They would say this. Our own American employees would say this. So why I bring this up is, our nation has something to offer the world, a unique perspective. And we are, I want to say this, we are never a socialist nation, but we are also not capitalist in the American sense of that word. For us, for example, I'll give you, I said this in our previous interview. When somebody is very rich in traditional India, they'll go build a temple, they'll build a chowtry, they'll build a this or that. A lot of it will be put back into the community. Right? That's our ethos. A rich merchant is there to fund good works for the community as a whole. It's not merely philanthropy. It's not, we don't separate the philanthropy aspect from the business aspect. We link the two. Our way of life embeds this. And this is very important to revive, not just for Bharat, to offer a model for the world, because today our problems around the world, sustainability, we talk about energy crisis, water, all of these, none of these are solvable unless we think holistically. Our very lifestyles, what is my lifestyle? That is how much energy do I consume every day? These things are very important. Our 1.5 billion Indians cannot consume the same energy as the average American today. If each of us consume that energy, there is no way for us to, the heat will kill us here. So we have to find a simpler way. This is true much of the world. This is true, I'll offer you, even for America now. Not even America can just do the same kind of lifestyle they've had before. But this does not mean poverty. This just means simplicity. I'm actually in a village. I'm happier than ever. In fact, day before yesterday, I posted a tweet. I was coming on commute. I saw the hillside. I saw the temple in the hill, and I had to stop the car, and I took a picture. I spent some 5 minutes enjoying the scenery. There's so many times I go back and I'm walking through the paddy fields. I truly thank the universe for keeping me alive today. That enjoyment has to be there. It's not about how much money, what is the net worth, how many zeros, all of that. This day-to-day enjoyment. And research has repeatedly shown most of our happiness is coming from our close relationships. What I call agreeable company. If you have people, you are agreeable company around you, you are happier. All of these we have forgotten in this mad rush. So I build technology for a living, but it also has to be reflecting in the way of life we create. So that's what I call a kind of a spiritual capitalism, dharmic capitalism model we have to build, and only our nation can offer this to the world.
Well, thank you very much for that very honest reply on that. And
thank you.
Your views on dharmic capitalism as a tech entrepreneur mean a lot. Mr. Vembu, does AI, you were telling me, when we were driving this morning, I never want to miss a moment when he's with me. So I went to the airport to receive him, and I kept complaining to him that my cab driver was only using this Google Maps and ended up taking me on every service road we didn't need to go. And yesterday, when I came back from Cuff Parade, I was coming back to this part of town, I was taken near the dockyard, and I told them there's a sea link that Devendra Fadnavis has made. Could we not take that? He said, no, but Google Maps is telling me to take you through the dockyard. Yeah. Technology has its own limits. Now, serious question. AI is not a magic wand, right? It is here to stay, but it has limits. In the car today, you were telling me some interesting case studies of how AI, beyond a point of time, tends to hallucinate, tends to go against itself. In the sense, technology becomes gangrenous. It starts eating itself. It consumes too much energy. It becomes very expensive. And therefore, the more complex the function, this is what Mr. Vembu told me, the more expensive and energy consuming it becomes. And often, AI is very okay with easy issues. At one point of time, a law of diminishing returns tends to apply. Now, because AI is a 2-3 year craze that has happened right now, we're in that very, opiated state where we are all very happy about AI will solve everything. Can you tell us about when the law of diminishing returns tends to apply? And in that context, I want to read out the first paragraph of your other tweet. How is it that in the US, the AI leader, a good part of the population, even a lot of college students, have come to hate AI? It does not help that companies are blaming job losses on AI, which is both convenient and as an added bonus makes a company look visionary. The layoffs are often related to rising cost pressures. We experience those pressures too, and India is a very cost-driven economy. The economic picture is getting grimmer. Then you use the word AI investment bubble. And you go on to say, this has got a lot of traction in America also, this tweet. He says, Mr. Vembu says, the AI investment bubble has kept the American economy afloat, but that can only go on for so long. So what is this bubble that you are talking about? Can you zoom out and tell me what is going on which the big tech bros are not telling us? And what can we do about it to prepare in India?
I just saw this headline today. It was a news article. Microsoft reports AI is more expensive than paying human employees. Microsoft. If Microsoft is finding AI pinching the, you can imagine.
Yep.
And Uber CEO said this. They exhausted their entire annual AI budget by April. So they are now having to ration tokens, token use. So it is a clear, and why is everybody using it? Or why are we spending so much money too? There's a very strong FOMO, we call it, fear of missing out, right? What if somebody else uses AI and beats us?
Yeah.
That fear is there in every engineer, that's there in every company, that's there in every CEO now. And even in our company, there's two camps. There's people who think we are moving too slowly. There are people who think that, why are we wasting so much money on AI? So I tell them, you too argue this point out, because I'm not going to intervene right now. Whichever camp I weigh in on now, I will be hated. So it's better that you two argue this out right now. But this is real today. This whole FOMO is real, and this is what is making everyone spend the money.
What is this FOMO about?
Basically, AI comes with so much promise, potential to revolutionize everything. We are always thinking some other company is going to steal a march over us. And that's true for every industry now. You could be in real estate, you could be in construction, you wonder whether somebody using AI is going to beat you. Right? You could be in retail.
Or also for just positioning.
Yeah, positioning.
You want to be
Could
seen to be an AI company. Everybody does AI. Everybody has got AI as an abbreviation. What is your name? Arnab.ai.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'll get a better valuation. It's becoming. What is your company? Hotel.ai. University.ai. Everybody is doing it, Mr. Vembu.
You can actually use Arnab.ai with AI means all Indian. All Indian.
Yeah, that's a better way.
So, but that's the FOMO here. And this will not last. And I have been through...
It won't last?
People say it won't last because already a sense of this exhaustion is coming in a lot of people.
So in
fact, I'm seeing it even in software engineers. The guys who were 6 months ago were all gung-ho about AI, using it heavily, lot of token use, lot of code generated. Now they are saying, well, I have all this code. I didn't write it. I did not generate it. I have to maintain it. And AI is becoming slower and slower, digesting its own output.
But so we've seen Oracle, Meta, Amazon, Cisco, all announcing these major layoffs in the face of AI. You've been arguing that all of this is being done to accommodate and service the cost of AI itself, the cost of the hardware, the cost of the servers.
Correct.
So your argument is that people are being laid off by companies to service their investments in AI rather than as a productivity miracle. But AI was meant about improving productivity. So let me ask you the question on productivity. What is Sridhar Vembu doing, as much as you can say, on this critical word of productivity? Because if we are going to grow towards being a Viksit Bharat, we have to find our own Bharatiya model of productivity.
Right.
So what are you doing on
productivity is the key to prosperity. For a given amount of time, how much work we get done, how much we produce, all of that. That's the key to prosperity. It's also the key to having free time, all of that. If we can get machines to do some of the work, we get some free time. That's foundational. But then there's energy, all of that. Energy use, all of those questions arise. I do believe we can be much more productive, even in software development, with very low energy intensity. That I believe with the conviction. So that's what is driving a lot of our R&D. We can actually make software development more productive without spending all these tokens, huge amount of energy spent on it, all of that. Now, coming to the topic you asked about the layoffs, it's actually this is not just speculation on my part. We are seeing the exact cost pressures. We have a data center right here in Mumbai. Most of our Zoho traffic either served out of Mumbai or Chennai, and we ping pong between them. So the current server cost right now, if we buy the same identical specification, is about 3 to 4 times as expensive as 6 months ago. In order to serve a single Zoho user, thousands of users, we need to buy servers. Those servers, normal servers, nothing to do with AI, they have become 3 to 4 times expensive because of memory. Memory prices went up because of AI. So AI sucked all the memory, and ordinary servers became expensive. Now we are in this uncomfortable position. Should we have to raise the prices, or should we cut some other cost? So many of the companies that face the cost pressure, We are private, so we don't have to report to Wall Street or Dalal Street all the time, so we don't have to worry about this because we can take less profit. But companies that are public have to report profit, so they control the one item they control, which is payroll. So they lay off employees. This is actually the primary reason for a lot of layoffs. The cost of all this equipment, capital, all of that, the capital capex has become more expensive. AI itself has also become very expensive, as Microsoft recently admitted. These two are driving the layoffs in an attempt to cost control. Again, this cannot go on forever. You cannot lay off everyone and be a company, you know. Like Facebook laid off, 10% or 15% of staff. How many more 10, 15% they can go? So that's why I think there is a point at which they'll have to stop. Even they will have to stop and reevaluate what we are doing with AI, all of that. Which is where our investment in intelligence without the energy expenditure, I'm going to call it, or energy efficient intelligence. It's very possible. We are doing R&D. By its nature, it's long-term, what you call, you cannot predict exact results.
Right.
Whenever you invest in R&D.
Yeah.
But I have been working on this for the last few years.
Yeah.
We're making very good progress. My team is making very good progress. That's about all I can say right now. I never want to hype anything up. We hope to be successful at it. That's how I say.
No, it is rumored. It is rumored that you are working on some secret projects. That's why you took on the role of chief scientist in Zoho, because you stepped away from the CEO role in January 2025. You took on this innocuous but interesting role of chief scientist, and it is believed and rumored that quietly between Tenkasi and Chennai, you're working on some secret but deep tech, extremely sophisticated ideas that, if successful or applied, will have an impact not just on Zoho, but on the country.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, he is probably, if there's someone in India who's going to do that, it is Mr. Vembu, I have no doubt about it, because he's constantly on code. The problem with having a conversation with him is that he keeps going back to his phone and he's doing what he does best, which is technology. In the broad sense, do you believe that Zoho or you or Indian scientists have the ability to break some really big barriers to make our country sovereign in the deep tech area? And before I wrap up on this, give us a prophetic vision of where you want to see India in 2030. I won't even say 2035. In 2030 in the deep tech space. And then we'll open up to some questions, please.
Actually, I'll talk beyond Zoho. There's a company in Hyderabad we have invested in for quantum sensing. It's really deep tech physics. Many of the people from TAFR, Hyderabad. This is very important technology for us. And there is a company in Trivandrum that's doing next generation of the vision GPU kind of chips. Really smart people. So they're building the chip semiconductors for eventually they could turn out to be good GPU replacements for us in India. And then there's a company a founder I met in Pune, doing amazing work in lasers, all of that, right here in Pune. So I am when I see all these, I'm really energized. I feel very optimistic for our country. We want to back up the truck and invest in all of this. In fact, we have hired a person for heading up our battery chemistry research, the sodium chemistry type of thing, and nanotechnology, carbon fibers. So metallurgy, we are looking at metallurgy. Why? India is very weak in metallurgy. Metallurgy is important from all the way from the humble nail cutter, I talk about it often, all the way to sophisticated space and everything. Everything is metals and materials, atoms. So the way I joke about it is, we have to pivot from bits to atoms. Bits to atoms. So that's where we are heading right now, as a group. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you. If the organizers wish, we could open up to some questions. Any of you would like to speak to Mr. Vembu on anything? We'll throw up some questions. Shall I do this? Is there a mic? We'll take a round, please. Does anyone have a mic? Yeah, please. We'll take a few questions,
please,
Mr. Vembu. Thank you.
Sir, it's great pleasure to see you, and Arnab ji, great to see you too. So I have a question, since we are now talking about the data, AI and other things like that. Now the India has recently introduced the DPDP Act, which is one of its kind. Earlier, Europe had that. So the challenges I am facing as an individual when we are conveying the corporates about this DPDP and up to 250 CR ka fine hai, you'll get into big soup and things like. Still there is very less awareness on this, and the 18 months time frame has been given. So what's your take on that? As an industry, are we missing on educating corporates about this DPDP Act in particular?
The question about what corporates on?
On the DPDP Act.
The privacy regulations, yeah. So, yes, it's very nascent. I don't believe it has widespread awareness. But this is the correct direction for our nation to take. And the only country that does not have any legislative privacy protection, though some states in America do, as a nation, America has not done anything in this, but we must do it. I think that's important. Europe has done it. A typical objection would be, it'll set back our social media, all of that. Actually, I do believe it's better. We'll build a stronger social media with privacy protections. Even in Europe, everywhere, those are the kinds of products that will succeed. In fact, I tell you, the calling card for Zoho, when we are in anywhere that we promise our customers, we apply the GDPR regulations around the world for Zoho customers. The GDPR is the most stringent privacy protection in the European Union. We apply it anywhere we do business, not just in Europe. Just so that we are, we can give the maximal privacy protection to our customers. So, yes, it's important. And I think just like all the other stuff I do.
Can you move the mic a little bit here in front, please?
Excuse me, sir. This side, left.
Where are you?
Here. Just a minute. I'm walking.
Huh? Oh, okay.
So it is actually very interesting panel that you have. Actually learned so much. So currently, I'm a 10th grade student and I've been building something. And being a student, what I believe is there are a lot of problems in education. What we do, what we learn, and where the world is going. So what are your takes on how exactly? If you look at the education, that's totally, a bit outdated as well. So how do you think how in this, competitive era, how students can make themselves the best and what they can do in entrepreneurship?
I'll give you a direct role model.
Yeah.
The Pune entrepreneur I met, his name is James.
Oh, yeah.
He learned everything through internships. He spent 3-4 years as interns, and I don't think he cared much about the grades, but he cared about the experience. That gave him a direct relevance to what products to build later. The current stuff he's building directly came out of all the stuff he learned in internships. So what I would do is, if I were in your shoes, go into some critical areas, do internships, learn about this, because learn by doing. That's what I'll say.
Learn with observation.
Not your book learning. Don't worry about grades too much. Your parents will hate me for it, but that's not important.
1 minute. Don't start the questions.
Thank you so much.
Pass on the mic there, young man. Thank you. I'll take it around as much as we can.
It was actually inspiring to listen to you, sir, and you, sir, as well, asking those intelligent questions. So 1 year back, when this cloud and lovable ecosystem came up, everyone started vibe coding. At that time, as a software engineer, I realized that these are not sustainable things, and we need to build our own tooling around it. So in order to, create production-grade applications which are like secure, scalable, and stuff like that. So I started building my own tooling around it, and it was working well. But 5 months later, 6 months later, I realized that now cloud ecosystem has also started developing their own sub-agents and tooling and that sort of thing. And after that, then I pivoted to some other different things and started building my agentic OS and stuff like that. But what I have realized that these big companies, right, they are also building their own solution, entering into these.
But actually, there is a very easy way you can compete there.
Compete? Yeah.
If you have really good tooling around it, you can bundle it with low-cost models, even the Chinese models, and build a business.
Yes.
That's what they are coming after your tooling. You go right after their LLM with a cheap model, no?
Right. That's what actually I was talking to.
But this is in the business world, they call it, you commoditize your complement. So they are commoditizing your tooling. You try to commoditize the LLM itself. That's the idea.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So many questions, my God. Where is the mic? Somebody has to push the mic back and forth. Let's go towards the back out there. Let's pass the mic towards someone right there behind. Yeah, you please.
Hey, hi, my name is Shanay Doshi. I'm a chartered accountant and I work at Venture Capital. So as part of the discussion, you all had mentioned that VCs typically focus on exits rather than XYZ narrative. So I just wanted to ask you one question. Even in the media industry, you'll do optimize for TRPs, social media viewership. So why are we looking at venture capital from this side, that they're largely focusing on exits, one? And secondly, the media narrative currently is again focused on the large exits which they have. Why don't we focus it more on the actual value which is created to the startups and the Indian economy? And sir, would love your view also in terms of the value which venture capitalists add to the economy.
Mr. Vembu can take that. The question essentially about value versus valuation. The focus is too much on valuation these days, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So
thank you.
Part of the VC challenge is also structural, right? You have to have you raise a fund, you have to have a return to your investors within 7 or 8 or 10 year period. And then that gets transmitted to the company because they cannot wait 7 or 8 years because you only have 7 or 8 years. They have to do it 4 or 5 years, all that. So it's that. But I can tell you a lot of these technologies, building the stuff that we need to build in India, this cannot be done on those kind of time cycles. That's a foundational problem. See, Silicon Valley is a different case where there was a vast ecosystem, existing companies. Like if you look at Intel, there was HP before. If you have Apple, then from Apple came next, and then there is Cisco. If you go to Yahoo, a lot of Cisco people were there. Then Google was from Yahoo. Facebook was built out of some people from even Google, right? So there is that foundation you keep on building. Without building these foundational companies, we cannot build the stuff on top. But our VC ecosystem acts as though we already have built all those companies, which we have not. And building those companies is not the same problem as the 7 or 8 year problem. So that's the conundrum here. We have to square the circle somehow.
Got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll
hope
take
it made sense.
one.
I hope it made sense.
Yes, it did.
Makes sense. Thank you, young man. 1 minute. There's a very young man out there. Better sit down. I'm going to come to you in some time. But I'll move this side. Please, go on.
Thank you, Arnab. Vanakkam, sir. Nanu Tamil Nadu lirundu vandavan. Very much impressed. Sir, just one pertinent question I want to ask. You already proved it, how Tengasi became a role model for creating the talent into a viable industry ready. Why can't we copy paste it all across India? For your kind information, my name is James. You just spoke about some James from Pune. So it sparked that question. I'm also trying to work along with North Mumbai for skill development and entrepreneurship. If you can throw that light, how we can do the copy pasting. Thank you very much, sir.
I would avoid the word copy paste because it is actually not a copy paste problem. Every single place, you have to decide first of all what you are going to build there. Obviously, everybody cannot be building the same thing. We do not need 800 districts of India building only SaaS companies. We also have to build materials, metallurgy, and all of that too, right? So that's where this nature of the problem is different. There are certain philosophical approaches we can borrow, which is you have to first invest in talent creation. We have to create some activity. From the activity you learn, try to make it pay its own way over time. These are some of the ingredients. And we can actually do this. In anywhere in India we can do this. I've met people in small places for example, we have recently started a training center in Jabalpur in Odisha. So there's a lot of talent there in Odisha. We have started there. One of our managers was very interested. He is Tamilian who also speaks Odia very well. So that's how the match happened. And so that's how we are spreading ourselves. When we find somebody passionate, we say, okay, you go build it there. First build a training center, then inject them into our broader ecosystem.
Yeah.
Then slowly discover the passion, what we can build uniquely here. So that's how I would say.
Yeah, but you have built a profitable global company without
a single rupee of venture capital. So both the Silicon Valley and Indian startup playbook rejects everything of how you have built your company. So you have started something which can be done. You're giving people the feeling you can do it in your own way. I mean, nobody would believe. I'm surprised there aren't people who are, I'm sure there are a lot of people being inspired by you by the minute on that, you know.
Most businesses are actually bootstrapped with friends and family money. Most businesses that exist actually do not have any venture capital. It is just that the question is what happens after you achieve some profit. If you have a vision to invest, you can grow. Yeah. The greatest entrepreneurs came from that kind of a vision to grow, how to grow. It's not that, not a lot, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of people achieve the initial profit, but what do they do with the money? That's the key.
So should we take a couple of more questions here? Yeah. My God. You got the mic. After this, I'm coming to it. Okay. Yeah.
The reason I wanted to ask a question was I noticed only men were asking questions and women were not getting a spot.
No, there's no intention here.
But anyway, I had to snatch the mic to speak. Hello, my name is Mona. I'm a professor of practice here with the University of York, Mumbai. And I had a question. You know, Mr. Goswami, you said in the very beginning that Mr. Vembu, people dislike you for being outspoken and for having your own ideas and standing your ground. In relation to that, how do you navigate empathy and integrity in today's day and age of AI and quick world thinking?
What was that?
No, the first part of the question is, she said that I said that people dislike you for being outspoken. That's a slight exaggeration on what I said.
Okay, my apologies.
I said that some people may not like it, but you say it anyway. Her question was on empathy and
integrity.
Integrity in today's AI world. How do you maintain empathy and integrity in today's AI world? If I got your question.
I think empathy and integrity count in any world. It's not just today's world. It's also the path to long-term happiness, I would say. Because at 50, at 60, at 70, you look back, do you have some human beings that actually truly respect you? And that's, I think, a good question to ask, right? If I have made all the money and nobody actually really likes me, then it's a form of loneliness. In fact, some very successful people get into that, where they report being extremely lonely. You can actually read interviews where they'll say, I'm very lonely. The loneliness is coming because they did not act with empathy. Nobody's real respect they earn. So I think I would say, even from a kind of a long-term happiness perspective, it's important to have that. That's how we create a kind of an ecosystem around us. And I always say the path to happiness is not, I'm 58, so I have some experience saying this, is agreeable company around you. Day-to-day happiness is, they have people who you would consider agreeable company. That could be friends, that could be family, whatever, agreeable company. Agreeable company can only come if we are agreeable company to them, you know. Nobody is going to be agreeable company to you if you are disagreeable to them. So that's a two-way street. So that's how I'll say. That's where the empathy is born from. So, thank you.
We have a very young questioner in the second row out here. Yes, sir. Introduce yourself.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sorry, good afternoon, sir. My name is Spandan Acharya. And I had one question to Sir Siddhar. Sir, before you, when you are building your products, etc., were you also visualizing or meditating of it?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. I always had, perhaps even as young as 15, had an idea that something has to be built big. And where did it come from? I actually said this in our previous, I would go to near my village in Tanjavur, there was a temple called Gangagandu Solapuram. This is the Rajaraja's sons, Rajendra Chola's temple. It's a big one. You can find it online. This was built exactly 1,000 years ago. And then you see the surroundings, very deeply poor. You will not find anything other than mud huts at that time. Actually, at that time, I was talking about 25, 30 years ago, you have this 1,000-year stone temple standing there, and then surrounding villages are so much poverty-stricken. You wonder why, how can it be that our forefathers, our ancestors built all this and we are wallowing in so much poverty, right? In fact, the temple was abandoned at that time. The ASI, the archaeological survey, was not conducting any pujas. It was like trash heap strewn, all of that. This beautiful temple. Now it has been restored, I'm happy to say. So it would give me this idea that first we can build these kinds of things. Some of our ancestors did, we should be able to do it. But you have to have the determination. So that was the vision from, in a way I would say, like all this stuff we do came from those thoughts. So it's important to actually have those thoughts. Those thoughts lead to action. So, good luck to you. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's a great question and a wonderful answer. Sir.
I have a soft corner for Sardarji. So you should ask a question. I'll explain why.
Go ahead, sir.
My very first business that failed, my dear friend was Sardarji. We started a business together. So that's why I learned a lot from this. That's why I have a soft corner, I said.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the honor, sir. Yeah, I'm being honored to ask the question. Like, you rightly mentioned in your topic, like in America, the family work really well. So I being a startup by Fixing Dots, so these generation, Gen Z, we have seen a lot of changes the way they work. So what is that one mantra you give for the Indians? Because India is what we are going to build. It's going to be the future. So what is that one mantra that you give us so that we keep and the attrition goes down?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think at least I can tell you what motivates me. See, money does not motivate me. I mean, look at my lifestyle. I don't need more money. I don't need. What am I going to do with money? But what motivates me is we have to build this nation. We have to build every one of our districts. We have to build every one of our villages, our towns. We have to build infrastructure. All of this only is going to come from the entrepreneurial energy we unleash. So if we keep that type of a goal, that's like a religious passion, then any kind of obstacles that come our way, that disappear. So have that burning passion, something in your head. That's your long-term North Star. You keep on going towards it. That's your God, so to speak. Then we can build it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we got how many more questions? 2, 3. Come on. I have been accused of gender bias. This is the only thing that was left in my life. So I will go to a lady right there at the end, please. No, she has put me on back foot now. Please, ma'am. Ma'am, please take the mic to the lady in maroon at the very end, please. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Deepa. I work
speak into the mic.
Little louder, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So my name is Deepa. I was very, inspired by your hearing about this. So we're a product company, and I think it's nice to hear about other Indian product companies because India is largely services, sort of, focused in a global sense. So. But how do product companies really survive in the long term? Because unless you'll always run out of money or, in the sense there'll always be a better Western competitor, for these kind of products. So, I mean, what's your take on that?
Why do you assume that the Western competitor has to be always better?
Oh, it's not.
We can build a better product.
Yeah, it's not. But the perception is there.
No,
and you can't,
Actually, if you challenge that assumption, and if you start with the premise we can compete with them,
so we
can do it.
But people don't buy that, There's still a perception.
So initially they won't, obviously. So what you have to do is, even in the West, even in America, there exist companies that will take a chance on a new kid on the block. The reason is they themselves are a new kid on the block. They themselves don't have a lot of money. And established companies are not going to serve them. Right. They don't particularly care for their business. So I used to tell our people 25 years ago, we are nobodies, only nobodies will do business with us. I think that would be a useful mantra to assume in that case, right?
Yeah.
So I think that once you adopt that mindset, there are customers everywhere in the world, not just in India, even in America, I have found in Canada, everywhere, Middle East, there are companies that will adopt products or from relatively young, unknown player, simply because that's all they can afford right now, for a very prosaic reason. But still, that's business for you.
Yeah.
That sets up the foundation. You can build on it. That's what I'll say.
But it should be on the base of product, not just our margin on cost.
Yeah.
Our competitiveness should not be just cost.
Correct.
Yes.
But it can also be cost.
Can
Why
also
not?
be cost.
It can also be that.
It ends up being cost. Because,
It's partly, but over time, people will come to see your value.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say. In other words, we actually, in our Zoolix events, like this week, hold events in the US and India too, of course. Now, I would always tell, this was 15 years ago, I would tell, I know we may not have been your first choice as a vendor, but we are going to earn your trust. We will become your best choice. I would tell them.
That's
That's values.
Okay. Question, please. Ashwin, go on. Can we have the mic there, please?
Mr. Vembu, Mr. Goswami, thank you for this moment. 2 quick questions. Mr. Vembu, if it weren't for AI in this decade, what was the Zoho roadmap going to look like without AI? And my second quick question is, you've named your AI as Zia. Tell me all the names you rejected before you came to Zia.
Zia is just Zoho Intelligent Agent. Zoho Intelligent Agent, and we shortened it to Zia. Actually, only in India, people had misgivings about the name because, there was a Pakistani dictator named Zia. But he said, look, we cannot always keep thinking about somebody in the 70s. Zoho Intelligent Agent, think like that. That's what we used to tell jokingly. But, so that was the only name because we had it as Zoho Intelligent Agent and that Zia suggested itself. Now, your other question, if we were not for AI, right? Actually, some of the technologies we have been working for software, productivity, all of that, predate AI, but AI has a role to play in this because AI's role is now to make us more productive in the end. So, and he talked about the tooling around it, right? So there is the way I'll technically describe is, you have an AI, LLM, and you have the agentic stuff. What they call agentic, the agent is really a piece of software. Those two have a boundary in between, transfer. That boundary can be moved around. The boundary could be closer to the, left-hand side, so a lot more happens in the agent, less happens in the LLM, or moved around all the way here, more work happens in the LLM and this. This boundary has some interesting implication for cost, energy, efficiency, correctness, all of that. That's really what we are working on a lot. So it's tooling, what you said makes a lot of sense.
I'll take one more question. This is a record-breaking session because usually sessions break out when there is lunch. This time lunch has broken and people are at the session. This is the first time in the history of any event where lunch has stopped. Deepak, sorry. Everybody's left lunch and is here. Isn't this brilliant? And they are here because they believe in you, Mr. Vembu. They are here because they believe in you. For what you've done and your own story, there should be a movie made on you.
We have a long way to go. No movies.
There should be a movie made on you. Maybe we'll get Vijay. No, not Vijay. No. Now we can't get Vijay. Somebody else has got to play Sridhar Vembu in the cycle. It'll happen one day, I predict. It'll happen. Okay, we got some.
We are only as good as the technology we build this year, next year, okay? We could still go out of business. That's what
I wish a politician ever spoke like that. A politician never says, I'm just as good as my last election. Okay, we'll take 1 or 2 more questions. There's a really enthu guy out there. Come on now, quickly. Should we take 2 or 3 in a go? You'll remember, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So my question is, we don't have ground-up models. We don't have ground-up chip. I myself, being the founder, I built a services company, grew it to 800 people, 25 million revenue. Building a product. And where I really not able to compete is in US. My competitors have access to better models. They have access to better hardware, which I don't have. So what do you suggest to somebody like me sitting in India, sitting in Mumbai? I clearly know what problem is. I have a better solution, but I don't have access to, better models, or I don't have access to Anthropic. Or
actually, we tried the Chinese models.
Yes, I tried Kimi,
They are
Mini.
quite good.
They are quite good, sir, but still there are challenges. Yes, we have alternative of Kimi, Mini, Quinn.
What I would suggest is use that limitation as a strength, because use those cheaper models, build a harness around it to make them perform better. See, we have to come up with creative solutions here. And we are doing it in Zoho too, by the way, the same thing. Reason is those state-of-the-art models also are extremely expensive. In some cases, if we put that model along with our product, the model's cost will be much higher than our product. Then the customer is wondering, hey, am I paying you or am I paying the AI company all of this money, right? So you have to find creative ways.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm optimistic. The smaller models are getting better and better.
Yeah.
With creative harness, the pushing the boundary, what I said, between the AI and the agent, you can actually create some innovation there. Okay. That's what I would say.
Last thing, sir.
I have to go to next question.
Thank you,
I
sir.
have to go to next question. Okay, now 1 minute. How do I decide? Mr. Vembu, you want to decide? I've been accused of gender bias, age bias.
The lady here, the last word.
Okay,
I'll
please.
give her the last word.
Come. You're there in the front, please. Yeah. Go on.
Hi, so I want to know in your journey, how have you dealt with self-doubt and failures? Because both of you have done an incredible job in your own initiative, but as young people, they always self-doubt and are scared of failure. How advice you would give to them?
You know what I used to say 20, 25 years ago? If he failed, it's not like Economic Times, New York Times, all that will flash a front page article. He failed. Actually, nobody cares about us, right? You can fail all the time when you are nobody. Use that freedom. See, today if I fail, Arnab is going to cover on the news that I failed. But you have the freedom that you can fail, you know? Use that freedom. That's what I say.
Superb. Okay, 2 more questions, please. 2 more questions. Where do we go? No, you asked a question. Sit down. What is this? 1 minute. Gender bias. No. Totally on back for the lady, the second last row there, please. Yes. Please. I'll come around. Gender bias. It's got into my head.
So it's a general question, and it's including all the sessions we attended yesterday and today.
Louder, please, ma'am.
Yeah.
Little.
So we have been listening to the development on the larger scale. I can read chief scientist, you working as a chief scientist in the field of artificial intelligence. I need to know, is there any AI working in field of human cellular reactions, in field of genetics? That is, if I'm staying in a house where the sun is deficient, I'm staying in a big tower where the area which is full of pollution, the area is going through severe deforestation. Since you have shifted to rural area, we always link rural areas to the freshness of the air and the increased oxygen output to the brain. But in strong contrast to the city life where the brain fall deficient.
What is your question particularly?
He's getting it. He's getting the question. So brain gets severely deficient of the oxygen. Is there any AI working on it? This question is in terms of keeping Delhi and rest of the city pollutant increasing level as well, like carbon monoxide poisoning, the AC generated poisoning, then the fertilizers, and then the shell, storage, for storage, the kind of food we are keeping, so preservative we are adding in general. Is there any AI designed to keep a threshold that this is toxic and this should not cross this toxicity level so as to avoid the future genetic mutations which is happening for all the reasons? I hope you got the question, sir.
Yeah, I don't know we need AI to tell us bad things are bad. I think we already know that deforestation or our pollution around or even staying without sunlight exposure, without fresh air, pollution, the particulate matter, all of these we know they are bad well before AI. So I don't want to make everything about technology. That's actually important because we tend to overemphasize technology in these. Technology is not, I don't believe, throwing more technology at us is not going to solve this problem. it has to come from, we have to rethink our own. For example, I've often said, in the Indian context, we have to rethink our urban planning.
Yeah.
Singapore does it well. Mumbai can do it better. Bangalore can do it better. So we have to rethink, plant a lot of trees. Singapore is actually a very livable, pleasant city, in spite of being very densely populated. So we have to learn from these lessons. But Singapore did all of these well before AI. Which is why I don't want to make everything about AI, because there's already enough hype about AI. I don't want to add to it.
Okay, one at the very corner there. Yes, please.
Arnab, hi Sridharji, good to connect. I'm Abhinav.
Closer to that.
I'm Abhinav. I'm one of the founders at Fluid AI. So we automate, using agents, we automate everything from Hindustan Petroleum's refineries to a lot of global banks. My question is, the battleground was earlier a lot around, frontier models, having the best frontier models. Now it's moved one layer up, which is who has the best agentic harness, the best layers around that. So is it that companies like Zoho today are focusing around the harness layer? Is it that getting the best harness out there? And secondly, as a SaaS platform, right, is it that your teams are constantly innovating, saying that how can we make Zoho CRM or a Zoho book such that people don't even need to log into it? Is that the vision, that it just handles everything?
Yeah. So on the first one, the boundary between AI and the agent is moving around. We want to push it so that it's much more energy efficient, resource efficient to push the work to software rather than to AI. That we are working on. That is a lot of our work. The end user will still see a fluid conversational intelligence. But that does not mean we are burning up a lot of expensive tokens. That's the trade-off. Which comes to the next question. The same ideas, the AI becomes the UI. That means that the products are still there, they're getting work done, but your interaction model is very fluid. So we say you want to talk to the database. You don't want to use all the UI. We just want to naturally converse with the database, you get answers. Like, what happened in this product last quarter? What happened in this geography last quarter? Summarize that. Why did this happen? Go drill into the reasons. These kind of conversations we can have with products. That's where this is most valuable. But we want to have these, enable these, without burning up a lot of tokens, without spending a lot of our customers' money on it. So that's a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll take a last question right here. Oh, don't do this to me, please. Again, gender bias. I'd like to come to you, ma'am, to you first. Can I take 2 quick questions here, please? Or comments or whatever like that, please. Don't overcome. No, I'm not on, please. Yeah.
Firstly, brilliant session. Thank you very much. I'm Uday Singhani. One comment and one question. The first comment is you talked about the FOMO piece. And, when you have the NVIDIA chief saying that people who know AI are going to replace jobs of the people who don't know AI, that sort of really drifts and moves everybody towards AI, right? Largely because of the FOMO of not knowing it. So that was my comment. And the question I have is I really want some views from you, sir. If you look at the triangle, you have a large percentage of the people who are working right at the bottom of the triangle doing very transactional data entry jobs today. And there'll be a small percentage of that are going to move up the ladder, who are going to be a bit more AI ready and AI knowledgeable. So do you see in the next 3 to 5 years, you don't have that many jobs because AI is really replacing, whether it's chatbots, conversational intelligence, data entry, what have you, AI is replacing all of these jobs. So while a lot of members do say, and a lot of professionals do say that no, there'll be jobs, up the value system, but those are far and few. Yeah. So really, do you see people, struggling to get employed in the next 4 to 5 years?
So I'll, your first point you made about the FOMO, I'll say this way, what is really learn to use AI? Learning to ask important, good questions. That is critical thinking. That has nothing to do with AI. If I don't know how to ask the right questions,
How do you get the right answer?
And you are not going to get the right answer. You are not going to get good answers.
Superb.
So really, that is what the skill involved is. The skill is not some magical piece of technology.
Yeah.
It is critical thinking.
Yeah.
So that's all you have to do,
Yeah.
And so you have to learn that.
Absolutely.
Which addresses the second one.
Yeah.
I think most of our people, this is where the education comes in. I am not a believer that everybody should have a paycheck job. We need a lot more self-employed entrepreneurs, people who are making their own way in life. That's my strong belief, because it is also important. See, the quality of life, distribution of jobs, distribution of a rural revival, all of this can happen only if there's a lot more self-employment, small entrepreneurs created, all of that. That again comes to critical thinking. It's not about just, if you have critical thinking, whatever your prior skills, you can actually use AI well. Then you can also, then the same critical thinking you apply to create a small business, employ a few people around you, create some prosperity around. So that's what is critical here.
So I'm going to wrap it up at this stage, because this has been a brilliant session, and on that point of critical thinking, this has been outrageously good.
Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause, a stronger one than that. Thank you very much, Mr. Vembu, for being an absolute visionary and for being just so original with everything. To the original man, the OG of Indian technology, Sridhar Vembu. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders Is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts
whatever that is there that you wanted to clear?
I wanted to clear that any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a judge, a district judge, at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
गायब क्यों?
चलो.
आप ऐसे हाथ.
Please note, madam.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to?
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. Within hours of Twisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Twisha Sharma, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी, एक्सपर्ट ने, सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था. So we believe कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे and we will, हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का. आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम. तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video?
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है. स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And after a 10-day evasion, the police has finally managed to arrest Samar Singh, who will be produced in the court at 2:30 p.m. today. We're tracking all the details and everything that's leading up to the court proceedings. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Twisha's husband Samarth Singh to be presented in the Bhopal Court today. Police take Samarth Singh for medical examination.
कितने दिन की रिमांड लेने वाले?
अभी इस संबंध में हम लोग 7 दिन की रिमांड लेंगे. बाकी डिटेल में पीसी सीपी साहब करेंगे. 1 बजे पर कंट्रोल रूम में आपको.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic, the ACP Rajneesh Kashyap confirms that police will seek a 7-day remand of Samarth Singh. The AIIMS team will depart for Bhopal for Twisha's second autopsy. The second post-mortem procedure will be held video and will also be videographed. The CBI takes over the Twisha case. CBI will conduct on-site investigations from scratch. Nasik police, on the other hand, files 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and alleged conversion case. CBI and NAB's third mastermind, Manisha Havaldar, in connection with the NEET paper leak case of the UG 2026 examination. The accused was behind leaking of the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in New Delhi and is set to meet Prime Minister Modi in the next 2 hours. We were starting with the first breaking development that we're getting in the Twisha case. Now, the Bhopal Police says that they gave about 3 notices to Twisha's mother-in-law, who remains one of the key accused in the case, Giribala Singh. Now, the police has also termed Giribala Singh an accused in the Twisha's case. And now remember, this is a Republic impact. Republic since the beginning has been questioning Giribala Singh's role in the entire case, right from the CCTV footage to the fake CPR that was given, and also the fact that her son was absconding and she was given bail on the other hand, being one of the main accused. And now the police has also termed Giribala Singh, the ex-judge, as one of the main accused in the Twisha case. In fact, the police also says that the accused Samarth Singh, her son, did not surrender but was arrested following 10 days of evading arrest by the police. Remember, a lookout notice was issued against Samarth Singh, and now the Bhopal Police has given about 3 notices to Giribala Singh. Now, this comes in complete contradiction to what the ex-judge has been claiming, where she says that she is coordinating and cooperating with the police. But the police has refuted those claims completely. In fact, let's listen in to Bhopal Police Commissioner Sanjay Kumar.
काफ़ी लेट नाइट उसको लेके आए हैं और अभी तो कुछ प्रोसीजर में भी टाइम लगता है, तो अभी तो और पूछताछ करेंगे, उसके बाद ही कुछ कह सकते हैं।
सर 30,000 का उस पर इनाम था और 10 दिनों तक वो फरार रहा, तो इस दौरान जिन लोगों ने उसको शरण दी उनकी क्या कोई पहचान होगी या फिर उनके खिलाफ भी कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी?
नहीं, बिल्कुल, वो जब डिटेल में उनसे पूछताछ होगी तो उसके बाद अगर कुछ इस तरह की चीज़ आती है कि उसको किसी ने शरण दी है तो उनके विरुद्ध भी कार्रवाई होगी।
30,000 का जो इनाम है आपका, ये किस मतलब इसके लिए आदमी आपका स्पेसिफाई हो गया जिसने सूचना दी या
नहीं? ये तो क्या है, वहाँ जबलपुर में कोर्ट में पहुँचा था सरेंडर करने, कोर्ट ने सरेंडर करने से मना कर दिया। इसी बीच अपनी टीम भी उधर थी, तो फिर अपनी टीम ने इसको जबलपुर टीम की मदद से कस्टडी में लिया। तो अभी तो वो देखा जाएगा कि बेसिकली कोर्ट में सरेंडर करने आया था, तो अभी किसी और व्यक्ति का तो ऐसा रोल नहीं है।
आपको अंदेशा था कि कोर्ट में सरेंडर करने पहुंचेगा और आपकी प्लानिंग थी इसको इस तरह से अरेस्ट करने?
नहीं, देखो, हम तो लगे हुए थे कि हमें तो कहीं भी मिल जाए, तो हमें तो आइडिया नहीं था कि ये कोर्ट में जाएगा। हाँ, ये ज़रूर है कि अगर एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिल होती है तो मे भी एक ऑप्शन रहता है, लेकिन हम सभी पहलुओं पे काम कर रहे थे।
सर 6 टीमें लगी थी, पूछताछ जो भी अभी तक हो पाई है, रात देर आए हैं, तुम समझ सकते हैं कि ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं मिला होगा, लेकिन इसमें कुछ इसने बताया कि कहाँ था, कैसे चकमा देता रहा?
नहीं, अभी उतना नहीं। देखो, इस तरह की पूछताछ में टाइम लगता है, हम इसे पूछेंगे और ये सारी बात जो है ना थोड़ी कुछ ही टाइम में सब सही बता देगा। सारी चीज़ें वेरीफाई करनी पड़ती हैं। रात को 3 बजे तो काफ़ी लेट नाइट तो आया है, फिर प्रोसीजर होता है, मेडिकल करवाना पड़ता है, कई तरह की चीज़ें होती हैं।
सर एम्स दिल्ली का कहना है कि अभी तक उनके पास कोई पत्र नहीं पहुंचा है, जिस वजह से वहां से टीम यहाँ रवाना नहीं की गई है PM2 के लिए।
नहीं, ये ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने GAD को लिखा है, तो हम GAD और से भी कोऑर्डिनेट करके हमारी कोशिश है कि जल्दी से जल्दी टीम आ जाए।
पत्र यहाँ से जा चुका है क्या?
नहीं, GAD ने भी संबंधित को उधर, GAD भी अपना काम कर रही है और हम भी GAD के टच में हैं।
सर एग्जैक्टली हम ये समझना चाह रहे हैं कि पोस्टमार्टम भोपाल एम्स में ही होगा या बॉडी को दिल्ली एम्स लेकर जाएगा?
नहीं, एम्स भोपाल में होगा, मतलब वहाँ की एम्स दिल्ली की जो एक्सपर्ट टीम है वो भोपाल आएगी।
सर परिजन लगातार आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि थाने में अभद्रता की गई है, इसकी कुछ जांच करा रहे हैं, कोई कार्रवाई तय करेंगे?
नहीं, किसी के साथ कोई अभद्रता नहीं की गई, थाने में भी CCTV लगे हुए हैं, इस तरह का कुछ नहीं।
हाइट को लेके क्या है सर? ट्विशा की हाइट को लेके परिजनों का कहना है कि उसकी जो एक्चुअल हाइट प्रोफाइल में थी वो प्लस और उसके अलावा आपने जो पोस्टमार्टम में हाइट आई उसमें फ़र्क है।
नहीं, देखो, ये इस तरह की चीज़ें इसका जो आप विषय बता रहे हैं, हाइट का जो है ना, वो ये कोई सिग्निफिकेंट चीज़ नहीं है।
सर गिरिबाला सिंह को लगातार नोटिस जारी हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रही, आज भी नोटिस भेजा गया?
नहीं, वो हमने इसलिए एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिलेशन का लगाया था, बाकी हमारी कोशिश है उनसे भी जल्दी से जल्दी पूछताछ करनी।
गिरिबाला सिंह का कहना है कि मुझे कोई नोटिस नहीं मिला है।
अब तक कितने
हमने नोटिस दिए हैं उनको?
कितने सर?
नहीं, हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं उनको।
तो वो डिनाई कर रही है सर वो?
नहीं, अब वो डिनाई कर रहे हैं वो अलग बात है, लेकिन हमने नोटिस दिए हैं।
सर शी इज होल्डिंग जुडिशियल पोस्ट, फॉर्मर जज, और आप भी एक जिम्मेदार अधिकारी हैं, कमिश्नर पुलिस भोपाल में। आप कह रहे हैं 3 नोटिस दिए हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि हमें अभी तक एक भी नोटिस नहीं मिला और कल पहली बार शायद उन्होंने स्वीकार किया कि ये पहला नोटिस आया है। तो ये इस एनोमली को क्या कहोगे?
नहीं, एनोमली नहीं है। हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं, वो एक्यूज्ड है एक इनियस ऑफेंस में। हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं और हमारी कोशिश है जल्दी पूछताछ करने की।
तो सर फिर एक सवाल वही पैदा होता है कि इनियस क्राइम में आप खुद बता रहे हैं, तो इस नोटिस के आज भी नहीं आ रही है, तो आपकी टीम जाके क्यों नहीं पूछताछ कर रही? सिर्फ रिटायर्ड एजेंसी, इसलिए एक आम आदमी के साथ तो ऐसा नहीं होता है।
एक प्रोसीजर फॉलो करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि वो और एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिलेशन के लिए इसीलिए हमने कोर्ट में लगाया है।
सर एक कहीं ना कहीं भोपाल पुलिस को ऐसा लगता है कि परिवार ने आरोप लगाया कि भोपाल पुलिस ने सारा काम अच्छे से नहीं किया। ये परिवार का आरोप है कि उसमें पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट से लेके लिगेचर स्टफ से लेके उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा दूसरी इंक्वायरी मांगी, कोई इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी, फाइनली उसमें सीबीआई इंक्वायरी राज्य सरकार ने की। कहीं आपको ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ कुछ लैप्सेस थे?
नहीं, कोई लैप्सेस नहीं थे। हमने अपनी निष्पक्ष जांच की है और बिल्कुल सही तरीके से की है और सारी चीज़ें ऑन रिकॉर्ड हैं।
Shambhavi, my colleague joins me from outside the Katara police station in Bhopal. Now, Shambhavi, speak to us about the details of the matter. You know, where on one hand, Giribala Singh was saying that, she was coordinating and cooperating with the police. That claim has fallen flat on its face. The police says they've in fact given 3 notices to Giribala Singh, and they've also termed her to be an accused in the Twisha death case. What's more that you have for us, Shambhavi?
अरे जब आएंगे हट जाएंगे। अरे जब आए
I think there's some problem with Shambhavi not being able to hear us, but my colleague Shambhavi remains outside the Katara police station, Katara Hills police station in Bhopal. And before we go back to her, viewers, that was the police commissioner of Bhopal, Sanjay Singh, who was in fact speaking about how Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law of Twisha, has been served 3 notices by the police for not cooperating with the police in the ongoing investigations. Remember, this claim is a complete opposite of what Giribala Singh, the ex-judge, has been saying since the beginning. She says that she has been cooperating with the police. She's been extending all help possible to keep the investigation going on the right track at the right pace. But that claim has now completely been refuted by the Bhopal police, that says that Giribala Singh, in fact, has come out to be one of the accused, one of the key accused in Twisha's dowry death case. Now, in fact, the police also went on to say that Samarth Singh, Twisha's husband, did not surrender. In fact, after being on the run for 10 days and after the police had launched a lookout notice against Samarth Singh, he was arrested by the Bhopal police. In fact, shortly from now, just about 20 minutes from now at 2:30 p.m., it's expected that Samarth Singh, Twisha's husband, who remains the key accused in the case, will be produced in the court. Now, Shambhavi joins us back with a better network, hopefully. Shambhavi, speak to us about the details. You know, the police has refuted what Giribala Singh says. Police says that she did not cooperate. She was given 3 notices, and now she's been termed a key accused in the case. Shambhavi.
Well, yes, the commotion that you see, this is actually outside Katara Hills police station, and Samarth police could take Samarth out at any moment. So we are on all alert so that we make sure that our viewers can be fully updated about what is happening about this entire case. The police is going to take Samarth for a medical checkup to either AIIMS Bhopal or at JP, and then so as you can see, the barricades are actually being removed. The vehicle is going inside, and they're actually preparing to take Samarth out from here. Once Samarth will be taken out from here, be taken for medical tests, then he'll be taken to be produced before the district court, as to the trial court. And what is, if you remember what the High Court has said, if the visuals that you're actually seeing is that Samarth is being taken out of the police station. He'll be produced before the trial court. Just yesterday, the High Court has given 2 decisions in the favor of Twisha's parents. One is when the second post-mortem request was accepted and was approved by the High Court. As you can see, there is a lot of commotion between the media persons and the police. The police does not like that we are documenting each and every detail, each and every moment of him actually coming out of Samarth, because he's been absconding. Let us tell our viewers, he's been absconding since the day of Twisha's death. He is nowhere to be found, and then suddenly yesterday, after High Court asked him to withdraw his application and surrender before either the trial court Bhopal or before the investigating officer, he decided to surrender in Jabalpur itself, which does not have any jurisdiction. Again, given the situation, the judge rejected and decided to not accept his surrendering, and then he was taken in custody by the Bhopal Police, was brought in Bhopal late night. And you can see the commotion. And I'm going to ask you, Arnab ji, ek baar dikhaiye. You see, the police is now getting ready to take Samarth out. Samarth has been hiding inside the police station. Very sure, even his brother came. You can see with shy and even confront Samarth about what was he doing for these 10 days? Where was he? Why did he abscond since the day of Twisha's death? How does that make sense? Because your mother has been maintaining that whatever has happened, there is nothing wrong which is done on their part. The mother has maintained that we are not in the wrong. We have done nothing wrong. Then why abscond? That has been our question since the very beginning. Even when we confronted Giribala Singh, you can see now the police is trying to create a chain so that they can take Samar Singh out of this police station without the media people confronting him, without Republic confronting him. But that is not going to happen. Republic has confronted Giribala Singh, the lawyers who are representing them, each and everybody who is associated with them in every capacity, so that there is justice delivered. Justice for Twisha is what we've been fighting for. The family has been fighting for. The Republic network has been actively campaigning for. And you can see now they're trying to sneak in. They're trying to sneak Samarth in. And they're trying to make sure that we don't get a hold of him. Just keep tracking the frame. Yes, keep tracking the frame is what we are asking. Keep tracking the frame and you will see Samarth coming out from here at every moment. We will ask him, why was he absconding if he was not wrong? Where was he hiding in Jabalpur? Was he hiding in Jabalpur all this time? Was he hiding in Bhopal all this time? We will ask him the tough questions, the questions that nobody is asking him. And now that the High Court has given us a decision in our favor, in the Twisha's family's favor, we will definitely see something fruitful coming out of it. Even the bail, the anticipatory bail application, the cancellation of anticipatory bail application of Giribala Singh was filed in the High Court, in the Jabalpur High Court, and from there a notice was issued. So even Giribala Singh is not going to be spared. Nobody is going to be spared who was a part of this entire thing which happened with Twisha. Was it a suicide? Was it a murder? Still a matter of investigation. But we are showing you fresh visuals. Republic is showing you fresh visuals of the Katara Hills police station, where the police has created a chain right in front of us so that we are not able to confront Samarth. You can see, they keep tracking the frame and you will see Samarth coming out of the police station. Samarth, who has been absconding for 10 days straight. He's been absconding since the day of Twisha's death. What he did is he brought the mortal remains of Twisha to the hospital, to AIIMS Bhopal, and then he absconded from there. What his mother has been maintaining in all the interviews that she's been sitting in is that my son was bewildered. He was walking around without slippers. He did not understand what to do. But apparently he understood enough that he needed to abscond. As you can see now, this Samarth is coming out. Keep a track. Samarth, the person who is the accused husband in this case. Why were you absconding? Samarth Singh, answer our questions. Samarth, answer our question. Answer our question. We are going to follow them to the court. They are going to be taking him to the hospital. From the hospital, they will be taken to the court. We will keep showing you the fresh visuals of Samar Singh actually being taken. भागो जल्दी 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 निकालो. And what we've been doing is we will follow Samar Singh to the court. From here he's being taken to the hospital for a medical test. Any accused who is in the
custody needs to be taken for a medical test before they are produced in the court. And that is where we've been here for hours and hours, where the case is being pending in the trial court. He'll finally be surrendering, and police is going to ask for police custody of 7 days. Even the commissioner has spoken in a press conference that they'll be asking for a 7-day police remand. We will keep following him. We'll keep a track of where they're taking him, because there are two possibilities that he can be taken to. He can either be taken to AIIMS Bhopal. Either he'll be taken to AIIMS Bhopal or he'll be taken to JP District Hospital. These are the two possibilities that we're taken for medical tests. As you can see, he was very tight-lipped. We asked him why was he absconding. Why was he absconding?
Yeah. Shambhavi, in fact, we saw how you tried to confront Samar Singh, and that couldn't work out fully, with the police forming a chain. And like you say, he could either be taken to AIIMS or he could be taken to the JP District Hospital for his medical examination before he's produced in the court. And of course, the police has also demanded for a custodial remand for Samar Singh for about 7 days. Shambhavi, at the police station, while you were standing in, Samar Singh was being taken out. What did you see? Describe it to us frame by frame. What exactly happened right outside the Katara Hills police station as Samar Singh was being taken out after being on a run for 10 days. He was arrested by the Bhopal Police and is now being taken for a medical examination before he's produced in the court at 2:30 p.m. Shambhavi.
He's been waiting outside the police station
since morning. He was brought in to Bhopal. He was taken in custody by the Bhopal Police just yesterday when he tried to surrender in the Jabalpur High Court, actually in front of the judge and district court judge there. But it was rejected. So just for our viewers' brief, what is actually happening right now is that in this case, there were 3 cases that were in the court, in the Jabalpur High Court yesterday. There was one case of the demand which was done by the Twisha's parents that a second post-mortem should be conducted, given that there were a lot of inconsistencies in the first post-mortem report, and that got accepted, that got approved by the High Court. Then the other plea was the cancellation of anticipatory bail application of Giribala Singh. The court even commented that the anticipatory bail was given in a hurried manner and issued a notice to Giribala Singh. Even today, the commissioner in its press conference, which happened just a few moments ago, has commented that Giribala Singh has not been cooperating with the investigation. She's been issued a notice 3 times to come and record her statements, but she is nowhere. She hasn't shown up at the police station. So definitely, even the Madhya Pradesh High Court has initiated an administrative inquiry in her position as the president of the Consumer Dispute Redressal Program. So a lot of things happening. The third case, the main case, was the Samar Singh applying for an anticipatory bail in the Jabalpur High Court after his anticipatory bail from the trial court was rejected initially in Bhopal. That is what he did, to which the court said that you better withdraw your appeal and surrender before the trial court or the investigating officer as soon as possible. After which the entire legal team tried to pull a legal stunt where they made him surrender before the court in Jabalpur, which did not have the jurisdiction. The High Court clearly said that you need to surrender before the trial court in Bhopal or before the investigating officer. When he was there, the commissioner was present and his team was present from Bhopal. The Bhopal Police, with the help of Jabalpur Police, immediately took custody of Samarth and brought him to Bhopal late night.
Yeah. Shambhavi, it is Republic's investigations impact. You are a big part of it. You've been at the center of it. And, it is because of Republic's impact that the police even took cognizance and took out a lookout notice against Samarth Singh. And even then, he was absconding for about 10 days before he was nabbed by the police and in fact will be produced in the court today. What can be expected in the court at 2:30 p.m.? One of the things that are on the cards is going to be the police demanding a custodial remand of Samar Singh for about 7 days after his medical examination is through right now. And in fact, what can be expected in the court proceedings today? Shambhavi.
Well, the most major thing is what you have mentioned is the police is going to ask for a custody for 7 days, what even Commissioner has also mentioned in his press conference just few moments ago. And that is going to be the major part of it. Of course, there is going to be a push and pull from the other party as well with the amount of days that the police custody will be given. There will be a chance that they're going to be asked for lesser days than 7 days. But again, the police is going to very aggressively ask for 7 days because he has been absconding for 10 days. He's been absconding from the law. He's been absconding from the police for 10 days. There is a lookout circular notice issued against him. There is a bounty on his head of 30,000 rupees. And he was absconding, and just yesterday he decided to surrender. You could also see his face. You could very clearly look at his face because yesterday it was covered. It was fully covered with black goggles, mask and a scarf. But today you could see on his face it was very transparent that there is definitely something going on, something more sinister going on with everything that even Republic has been investigating, the agencies have been investigating, several discrepancies have come up. And with the second post-mortem happening, I'm sure that more things are going to come up, and Samarth Singh and his mother are not going to like it.
Right. In fact, Shambhavi, there's also chatted. The police has now said that they are also seeking the cancellation of Giribala's bail, the mother-in-law. And that's, of course, again, a Republic impact because she was given an anticipatory bail. She was let to walk off on a case this severe. And then Republic raised questions for why that happened. Republic has been campaigning for her thorough investigation, her arrest, and also the cancellation of her anticipatory bail plea. So how far has that reached? The police has said that they are seeking also the cancellation of Giribala's bail plea. Shambhavi.
Well, yes, the police is also rooting for it. Even of course, the state government, Madhya Pradesh, has also been pushing for it. Even Solicitor General Tushar Mehta was arguing the case yesterday on behalf of the state and has made very clear that the cancellation of anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh is very much needed. And of course, the fact that she hasn't been cooperating with this entire investigation, she hasn't been cooperating with the police, is one of the very valid grounds in the bail rules, which can be a very valid ground of cancellation of your bail. And that is what she's been doing. Although, see the counterintuitive things which is being said on her behalf, even in the interviews that even when Republic confronted her yesterday, she said, why is police doing it? Is police doing it under the pressure of the media? Because no, I didn't get any of such notice. You can see such differences in the statements from Giribala Singh and everybody else in the world. You can see there is a huge difference in everything that she's been speaking right now. So we don't know what can be trusted coming out of this woman's mouth or not.
Thanks for joining in and for getting us those details. You've been outside the Katara Hills police station since morning, and we just saw the police taking away Samarth Singh. They were taking Samar Singh outside of the Katara Hills police station after he evaded arrest for 10 days, and now he's undergoing a medical examination. We'll keep tracking each aspect of this story, of course, with my colleague Shambhavi, who remains on the ground. But for now, viewers, it's a time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side on Republic TV. Thanks very much for staying with us. And in fact, we're also getting you details on the other side of how USA State Secretary Marco Rubio has now landed in New Delhi. He's all set to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi in just about a few hours from now. We're getting you all the details. Stay tuned.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati? Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen, not just for the people who are doing this, but for all of us. In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising?
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Twisha's husband Samar Singh to be presented in the Bhopal Court today. Police take Samar Singh for medical examination.
कितने दिन की रिमांड लेने वाले हैं?
अभी इस संबंध में हम लोग 7 दिन की रिमांड लेंगे, बाकी डिटेल में पीसी सीपी साहब करेंगे, इस वजह पर कंट्रोल रूम में।
In a conversation with Republic, ACP Rajneesh Kashyap confirms that police will seek a 7-day custodial remand for Samarth Singh. AIIMS teams to depart for Bhopal for Twisha's second autopsy, second post-mortem procedure to be fully videographed. CBI takes over the Twisha case. The CBI will conduct an on-site investigation starting from scratch. Nasik police files 1500-pager charge sheet in the TCS harassment and alleged conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with the NEET exam UG 2026 paper leak. The accused was behind the leaking of the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in New Delhi and is all set to meet the Prime Minister in the next 2 hours.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we've accessed a very interesting visual from Kolkata, and we felt we should get you this picture. There are 2 sets of pictures that we have right now. Let's go straight to the pictures, please. The 2 window. Because a day before, Marco Rubio met the missionaries of charity, the sisters and the missionaries of charity. The sisters at the Missionaries of Charity made a very interesting visit to Mamata Banerjee's house. Can we put exclusive watermark on that, please? Because these are exclusive visuals that we have accessed from our Republic Bangla team. It's a Republic Bangla news break. And the pictures, we'll just correct the pictures on the right. Can we have the right pictures of the sisters meeting Rubio? That's correct. That's the right pictures right now. So, 2 sets of pictures coming in. On Friday, the sisters from the Missionaries of Charity went and visited the Khalighat residence of Mamata Banerjee. And they met Mamata Banerjee. We don't have the details of why they met Mamata Banerjee, but we do know that they did meet Mamata Banerjee. They were there for a while and our cameras were there. Our cameras captured this meeting. And they were tight-lipped about why the meeting took place or why they went to Mamata Banerjee's residence. Today, the same sisters have met Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio's first stop has been at the Missionaries of Charity in Kolkata. It's just an interesting story. We felt that we should tell our viewers, bring the visuals to our viewers. And we have to get more details on this. Mayuk, very interesting. Did the sisters give any details of why they met Mamata Banerjee?
Well, Niranjan, not entirely the whole details are clear right now. We are also in touch with the Missionaries of Charity PR division, that's the public communication division. What we are getting in from our reporter, these are visuals from yesterday, what you mentioned also. These are visuals from 22nd of May, around 5 p.m. These visuals were captured when political developments were happening in Bengal. Lots of Trinamool leaders were entering Mamata Banerjee's residence. These are visuals coming in from the residence of Mamata Banerjee, the official residence of Mamata Banerjee, and this is the section from where you have to enter. This is the security enclave from where you have to enter the main portico, from where there's a drawing area, there's a sitting area, and then from there you have to get inside Mamata Banerjee's chamber. So what we communicated from our sources. What we got from our sources is that the two representatives from missionaries of charity, they are located in the mother's house in Kolkata, St. Mother Teresa's house in Kolkata. They came to Kalighat. Previously also, we know that Mamata Banerjee shares a very cordial relationship with missionaries of charity. So our reporters asked the representatives whether it's an official invite for Saturday's event where Marco Rubio is coming. They were tight-lipped about the whole thing, and only the visuals were there. This is a public area, and lots of cameras were there. Only Republic is reporting it. As you said, it's a very interesting set of visuals, which we thought that we should report and show the pictures. Yes.
Now, do we know the agenda of Marco Rubio, why he decided to make that first stop in Kolkata, the missionaries of charity? How long did he spend there? Who did he meet? And what was discussed? The message that was given? Mayuk?
Well, Marco Rubio landed in Kolkata at around 7 a.m. in a very highly protected airport area in Kolkata. U.S. Secretary of State straight away went to Missionaries of Charity and Nirmala Sishu Bhavan. That's adjacent to the Missionaries of Charity. This is in ATC Postcode, the headquarters of Mother Teresa's, St. Teresa's institution. As far as we are getting information, short Kolkata visit, he paid tribute to St. Teresa's home there and met the Missionaries of Charity staff. Along with that, he had a very cordial chat with the sisters and mothers from the Missionaries of Charity. Wife Janet was also accompanying Rubio, and what we learned from our sources, he spent more or less an hour in mother's house and the school adjacent to the house, and then straight away went back to the airport. So it's a very brief visit with department staff, the embassy staff. Everyone was accompanying him. It was a very tight security. As you know, in Kolkata, the entire protocol was there for Marco Rubio. But interestingly, he or his staff members were not at all communicating with the media. But visuals today and visuals from yesterday, these two visuals are very interesting. So we thought that this thing should be reported.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayuk. We're not drawing any conjecture, of course. Marco Rubio is on a diplomatic visit here. He will be meeting our Prime Minister. Without drawing any conjecture, just wanted to get you the sequence of events as if they've unfolded in Kolkata. Felt that it was interesting that sisters and the nuns went to meet Mamata Banerjee at her Kalighat residence. Personally went there. We don't know the agenda at Mamata's residence, but they have been tight-lipped nonetheless. And they left Mamata's residence yesterday. And today, a very interesting meeting with Marco Rubio, who has, by the way, landed first in Kolkata. I'm handing it back to studio. I think we have details of the Prime Minister meeting Marco Rubio. Handing it back to you, and you can take it from there. Over to studio.
Right, Niranjan, thanks very much for, in fact, getting us details on the sisters meeting Mamata first and then Marco Rubio second. Now we were shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting. The Secretary of State of the United States, who is in Delhi right now, is all set to meet Prime Minister Modi in just a few minutes from now. In fact, Marco Rubio has been in India. He visited Kolkata right before this. We showed you a news break. And now he has landed in Delhi, where he is all set to meet Prime Minister in just a few hours from now. Remember, the Secretary of State of the United States is on a 4-day visit to India. Now, in fact, we're also being joined by Ashok Sajanhar, who's a former ambassador who joins us live from Greece right now. And also Mahesh Sachdev joins us on the broadcast, also a former ambassador joining us from Delhi. Now, in fact, I want to come to you, Ambassador Sajanhar, first. I want to understand what is the importance of this key meet between, Marco Rubio and Prime Minister Modi. All eyes are going to be on the meeting. So where do we see the India-US bilateral going after this?
Thank you very much for having me on your show. Yeah, it's a very important visit. What Prime Minister Modi, he will receive Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is going to call on him. This is the first visit by the U.S. Secretary of State to India after Mr. Trump assumed power about 1.5 years ago.
Yeah.
And we have seen that as far as bilateral ties between the two countries are concerned, they have been quite stressed over this period.
Yeah.
We've had a large number of issues. Of course, it started off very well. It started off very well when Prime Minister Modi visited Washington, D.C. on the 13th of February, so which is within about a month of Mr. Trump being sworn in. So it started off very well, and there was a good agreement between the two sides. It did appear as if the two sides were going to take forward the partnership that had blossomed and that had flourished during Trump 1.0 from 2017 to 2021. But after that, there have been a large number of fault lines between the two sides, if I could put it that way. And whether it is in terms of the tariffs that were imposed on India, the penalty tariffs that were imposed on India because India was purchasing the Russian oil, and these tariffs were not imposed on China. And then, of course, the increasing closeness of the United States with Pakistan. So I think there have been a number of fissures between the two sides, and basically, in addition to participating in the meeting of the foreign ministers of Quad countries, Marco Rubio's basic fundamental interest would be to do some damage control, to repair the relationship, which has suffered so much of shock. The relationship had been had been on an upward trajectory from 2000 onwards till 2025. And there were hopes and expectations that even after 2025, the trajectory would be smooth and upwards, but it has received a number of shocks. So I think the meeting that Marco Rubio has with our External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, and his call on the Prime Minister, which is going to take place very soon, will basically be in terms of the repairing, trying to repair some of the damage and trying to send some energy, because what Marco Rubio said before starting from Washington, D.C. is that we can export as much of LNG and energy to India as it may want, and even Venezuelan oil. Meaning why he should be speaking for Venezuela and Venezuelan oil. That's not all that clear, but that's what he said, and I think that will be an important issue of discussion.
Ambassador Sajanhar, so I also want to understand from the crux of what you said, do you think this is also an effort to put, India-US partnership right back on a firmer ground? Because like you said, there was some derailment for a while. Of course, it was pegged on the US sanctions that India was also facing, especially related to the war in West Asia, so energy supplies completely disrupted. So do you think that this meeting is going to make that partnership firm once again?
Yeah, definitely. I think what the United States is trying to do is, because Mr. Trump was also trying to reach out to China. So if it tries to reach out to China, then there is some sort of an understanding between these two countries. If there is some sort of a strategic understanding, strategic engagement between the United States and China, then of course the United States can go a little easy as far as its ties with India are concerned. It can put the Quad on the back burner as it has done for the last 1.5 years. We were to have the Quad summit in India last year. That did not happen. It does not appear as if it's going to happen this year also. What Mr. Rubio has said, that there'll be a Quad foreign ministers meeting in India, and there would be another one in Washington, D.C. later this year. So no summit on the horizon. So the fact that Mr. Trump has been to Beijing, has met Xi Jinping, he has got nothing at all from Beijing, and that is why I think the United States is looking more closely at India, looking more closely at the Quad, looking more closely at Asia in terms of the partners that it could further enhance its relationship with, because the partnership, the relations with China don't seem to be going anywhere at all.
Right, Ambassador Sajanhar, thanks very much, in fact, for getting us a lowdown. Continue being with us. We're also being joined by Mahesh Sachdev, who's also, again, a former ambassador. He joins us from Delhi. Ambassador Sachdev, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. Now, I want to understand from you, Ambassador Sajanhar just said that Beijing and Trump did not see a very fruitful conclusion. And after that, closely following the India meet, Marco Rubio is in New Delhi. He's meeting the Prime Minister. That meeting is to happen just a few hours from now. So, the United States seems to be realizing that their best option in South Asia is going to be India. Is that correct? Can that be derived from the turn of events that we've seen in the last 1.5 months? Ambassador Sachdev.
Thank you for having me. I am in agreement to a large extent with my colleague, Ambassador Sajanhar. At the same time, I would like to put forth few nuances which should explain my position. Firstly, the visit of Marco Rubio was announced before Mr. Trump went to Beijing about 10 days ago, and that shows that there is certain autonomy to the re-engagement with India. Secondly, I think as the ties with Russia have not yet, the United States ties with Russia have had their own ups and downs, and the Ukraine war continues. The White House needs to engage with more partners. Thirdly, they have seen that India has had its own counter strategy of engaging Europe, engaging other countries of the Western Bloc, Australia, New Zealand, NAFTA, EFTA, and Nordic Council, etc. Free trade areas have been signed and so on. So there is some pressure from U.S. businesses for them, on the White House, for not losing the Indian market, the opportunities in India. Thirdly, Pakistan's role in mediating, quote unquote, the peace between Iran and United States doesn't seem to have some kind of golden key. The United States has realized that they're putting all eggs in Pakistan's basket, calling Field Marshal Munir as the favorite Field Marshal, etc., is not a conducive strategy to wider American interests in the world, with South Asia in particular. India does have a role in the U.S. ways of things, but then United States seems to be still undecided, putting 2 feet forward and 1 feet backward. Those kind of attitudinal issues in the United States' own domestic and diplomatic profile have had considerable impact. And the public media-wise, I think the engagement with India has been a disaster for the White House.
Right.
And Mr. Rubio is putatively taken as a contender for next U.S. presidential election, where he, as we hear, it might be Republican candidate against Vice President Vance. And therefore, he has also to have his own profile and notch up few successes. And I think India would like to be one of the cases that he has made a difference. See whether it will succeed.
Right. Now, Ambassador Sajanhar and also Ambassador Sachdev, thanks very much for joining us and getting us this entire analysis of what can be expected. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Thanks very much for staying with us. And on the other side, we remain standby over the fact that Samar Singh, Twisha's husband, will be produced in the court shortly. In fact, the police is expected to demand a 7-day custodial remand for Samarth Singh following his evading of arrest for about 10 days. And that and a lot more on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, healthy every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
Viewers, these are the fresh visuals that are coming in from Bhopal. Remember, moments ago from the Katara Hills police station, Samar Singh, the key accused and also Twisha's husband, was taken for a medical examination. He's now been brought to the JP District Hospital for the conducting of his medical examination before he's produced in the court today. That's Samar Singh, completely covered. He's in fact trying to evade all questions from the media as he goes through the crowd with, in fact, the media person surrounding them. In fact, my colleague Shambhavi is also on ground. She's tracking this entire story. Shambhavi, speak to us about the details. He's in JP Hospital. His medical examination is underway. What more can you get us, Shambhavi?
We brought him from the Katara Hills police station to the JP District Hospital, and now he's being brought to the court. Before the court, as the High Court has ordered just yesterday. The High Court just ordered yesterday for him to appear before the trial court or before the investigating officer. We are going to train someone. We've been training him since morning from Katara Hills police station to the JP District Police Hospital. From here, he will be taken before the trial court produced, before the court. We will keep updating you with the latest details. Now we will follow him to the court where the police is going to ask him for a 7-day remand.
Right, Shambhavi. In fact, those are the visuals of Samarth Singh. You could see his face clearly. There's a clear amount of nervousness, like my colleague also says. Shambhavi, who's on ground, he was taken to the JP hospital for his medical examination. That's through now, and any moment from now, he'll be produced in the court. Now, remember, also on the cards, the police is going to ask for a 7-day custodial remand of Samarth Singh to continue interrogating him in the matter. This comes after he was evading arrest for about 10 days, even after a lookout notice was issued against Samarth Singh. Listen in to this entire sequence of Samarth Singh coming out of the hospital and being taken by the police. Now he's straight headed to the court where the police will ask for his custodial remand. Samarth Singh was taken to the JP hospital in Bhopal for his medical examination, and in fact we showed you how he was taken from the Katara Hills police station, and now we're also showing you the visuals of him being taken out of the JP District Hospital in Bhopal. Now he's straight headed to the court where he'll be produced in front of the court after evading arrest for about 10 days. Now remember, just yesterday the police also made it clear he did not surrender. He was arrested by the police in the Twisha Sharma dowry death case. Now these are the visuals of Samarth Singh being taken away by the police in full security while he continues to evade questions from the media.
All right, we'll stick with these pictures coming in. Video 1 and video 2, two pictures coming in. Samar Singh's medical examination is complete. So next he will be produced in court. So that is the next development that we are waiting for on Republic TV. Now we are tracking every development coming in. So Samar Singh next will be produced in court. That is next coming right up. And now the court, of course, will be asking for what we understand a 7-day remand of Samarth. So Samar Singh, remember, was arrested and his anticipatory bail plea was withdrawn. After that, we see that simultaneously, the Madhya Pradesh High Court has ordered a fresh autopsy by an expert in AIIMS. And the next step would be the remand for Samarth, the 7-day remand. The police will be seeking 7-day remand of Samarth. Let's go back to my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi, 2 videos on a screen and we can see the kind of questions that Samarth is being asked. And next he will be appearing at the court. This is very important because after 10 days of running away, after Republic put pressure on authorities, after we ask the right questions, finally, Samarth will be appearing before court. Yes, go ahead.
Well, key thing for our viewers to understand, Samar Singh did not surrender. He was arrested. He tried to surrender before a court which does not have a jurisdiction. He tried to surrender before a court that High Court did not mention in its order. The High Court clearly said that he should surrender before the trial court in Bhopal or before the investigating officer. But Samarth clearly did not understand that and tried to surrender before the court in Jabalpur, from where the Bhopal Police was present, and Bhopal Police took custody of Samar Singh from there itself. From there, he was brought here late night, just this morning around 1:30 to 2 a.m., around 2 a.m. And now we have been outside Katara Hills Police Station since 9 a.m., where the police has been delaying bringing Samar Singh out of the police station. But now that the time of his production before the court is coming nearer and nearer, just few moments ago, he was brought outside. All attempts were made so that Republic or media, just in general, could not ask the important questions from Samar Singh, could not confront him about what was the reason that he was absconding, why was he absconding if he is innocent, if his mother is innocent, what is the reason, and what their lawyers have been maintaining. Even Republic confronted their lawyer just in the morning, where we had an argument about the legality of the case, where they were saying that we surrendered, what more do you want? That is the language, that is the kind of attitude that was shown from their lawyers, that we surrendered, we wanted to exhaust our legal remedy which is available to us, although it is beyond our comprehension. I'm a lawyer myself, that is beyond my comprehension. What kind of legal remedy was he exhausting in Jabalpur, when the High Court made it very clear that he has to surrender before the trial court in Bhopal or before the investigating officer. Now we are chasing this entire, we're trailing actually their route with the police and Samarth in the police's van. We were outside Katara Hills Police Station. From there, he was taken to, first they tried to sneak him in the AIIMS Bhopal because they tried to avoid media. They wanted to avoid media from entering the hospital. But because of all the cars that were already trailing them, they could not enter AIIMS Bhopal and decided to come to JP District Hospital instead. JP District Hospital, he was taken within a few minutes. There was medical examination done. And this time, mind you, if you look at the visuals, this time Samarth was seen hiding his face again. Because last time, yesterday, when he appeared before the court, he was there in the court. He was seen wearing a cap, black goggles, covered his face with a mask and a scarf. That is how he appeared. But while he was being taken out from the Katara Hills Police Station,
hold on for a second. That is right. That is right. Yesterday, you showed us those pictures of Samarth wearing a mask. He was wearing sunglasses and a cap. He was trying not to look very visible, but of course, he was once again covering his face. We have that entire sequence of Samarth just after the medical examination. Let's play out that sequence.
सर जाने दो, अरे सर जाने दो, आ जाओ। समर हुआ था उस दिन, समर उस दिन क्या हुआ था? जाओ बंद करो।
जवाब दो, आपने अपनी पत्नी को क्या हुआ था? क्या हुआ था? आपको तड़पने के आरोप है। समझ बॉडी ऑफ द स्टेट, डिफेंस बॉडी ऑफ द स्टेट।
उसे जिस तरह से पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन में लाया गया उससे भी कई सवाल खड़े होते हैं, लेकिन समर्थ ने अपना मुंह नहीं खोला, चुप्पी नहीं तोड़ी, क्योंकि सवाल कई और थे। किस तरह से, जैसा कि पीड़ित परिवार कह रहा है कि इसको सुसाइड का रूप दिया गया, एक मर्डर मिस्ट्री है, इस पर भी सवाल किया। इसके अलावा वो फरारी के दौरान कहाँ रहा, इस पर भी सवाल किया। तो तमाम ऐसे सवाल हैं जो कुछ मिनटों का हमें समय मिला था, क्योंकि पुलिस ने अपनी गाड़ी से उतारते हुए अपनी एक सुरक्षा घेरे में उसे थाने मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल में, जेपी अस्पताल में पेश किया। वहां 10 से 15 मिनट समर्थ का मेडिकल हुआ और उसके बाद उसे
just from Bhopal, the medical examination just got over of Samarth, and he was trying to hide his face. You can see he's covering his face yet again, just like yesterday when he got arrested. Samarth was arrested 10 days after he went missing following late Twisha's death. He reached the court yesterday to surrender. But he was arrested, like Shambhavi was telling us. We'll try to go back to Shambhavi in a moment. If we have Shambhavi, let's go back to Shambhavi. Okay, live pictures coming in from Bhopal. We will stick with these pictures. Next, Samarth will be produced in court because he was arrested. So within 24 hours of arrest, he is supposed to be produced in court. That will happen shortly. Let's go and play out some of the reactions coming in from the police.
अरे सर जाने दो, अरे सर जाने दो।
काफ़ी लेट नाइट उसको लेके आए हैं और अभी तो कुछ प्रोसीजर में भी टाइम लगता है, तो अभी तो और पूछताछ करेंगे, उसके बाद ही कुछ कह सकते हैं।
सर 30,000 का उस पर इनाम था और 10 दिनों तक वो फरार रहा, तो इस दौरान जिन लोगों ने उसको शरण दी उनकी क्या कोई पहचान होगी?
All right, getting to these live pictures coming in from Bhopal, and let's tell you next, Samarth will be produced before court, and we'll try to go back to Shambhavi in a short while from now to really understand what can we expect there, because we do know that the police is seeking a 7-day remand of Samarth. The police is seeking a 7-day remand of Samarth. So that could be a very likely scenario we'll be seeing in a short while from now. But also, simultaneously, the police officers have arrived at the residence of Giribala Singh and said they had come to serve a High Court notice in connection with the case. So that is a parallel development. So big trouble for the mother-in-law and, of course, big trouble for the husband, Samarth. So this is a parallel track which is running. Both are facing the law, the mother-in-law and the son, Samarth. The mother-in-law and the husband of Twisha Sharma. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. We'll be going back to our colleague in a short while from now. But as we keep getting you more updates, let's tell you that there's simultaneous developments which are coming in this story as well. There was also the second autopsy which has been ordered. The family members of Twisha, speaking on Republic multiple times, have again and again said they need a second autopsy. So dramatic turn, the Jabalpur High Court has ordered a second post-mortem. That's also one more update. We're getting some more reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
काफ़ी लेट नाइट उसको लेके आए हैं और अभी तो कुछ प्रोसीजर में भी टाइम लगता है, तो अभी तो और पूछताछ करेंगे, उसके बाद ही कुछ कह सकते हैं।
सर 30,000 का उस पर इनाम था और 10 दिनों तक वो फरार रहा, तो इस दौरान जिन लोगों ने उसको शरण दी उनकी क्या कोई पहचान होगी या फिर उनके खिलाफ भी कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी?
नहीं, बिल्कुल वो जब डिटेल में उनसे पूछताछ होगी तो उसके बाद अगर कुछ इस तरह की चीज़ आती है कि उसको किसी ने शरण दी है तो उनके विरुद्ध भी कार्रवाई होगी।
30,000 का जो इनाम है आपका, ये किस मतलब इसके लिए आदमी आपका स्पेसिफाई हो गया जिसने सूचना दी या
नहीं? ये तो क्या है, वहाँ जबलपुर में कोर्ट में पहुंचा था सरेंडर करने, कोर्ट ने सरेंडर करने से मना कर दिया। इसी बीच अपनी टीम भी उधर थी, तो फिर अपनी टीम ने इसको जबलपुर टीम की मदद से कस्टडी में लिया। तो अभी तो वो देखा जाएगा कि बेसिकली ये कोर्ट में सरेंडर करने आया था, तो अभी किसी और व्यक्ति का तो ऐसा रोल नहीं है।
आपको अंदेशा था कि कोर्ट में सरेंडर करने पहुंचेगा और आपकी प्लानिंग थी उसको इस तरह से अरेस्ट करने की?
नहीं, देखो हम तो लगे हुए थे कि हमें तो कहीं भी मिल जाए, तो हमें तो आइडिया नहीं था कि ये कोर्ट में जाएगा। हाँ, ये ज़रूर है कि अगर एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिल होती है तो मे भी एक ऑप्शन रहता है, लेकिन हम सभी पहलुओं पे काम कर रहे थे।
सर 6 टीमें लगी थी, पूछताछ जो भी अभी तक हो पाई है, रात देर आए हैं, तुम समझ सकते हो कि ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं मिला होगा, लेकिन इसमें कुछ इसने बताया कि कहाँ था, कैसे चकमा देता रहा?
नहीं, अभी उतना नहीं। देखो इस तरह की पूछताछ में टाइम लगता है, हम इसे पूछेंगे और ये सारी बात जो है ना थोड़ी कुछ ही टाइम में सब सही बता देगा। सारी चीज़ें वेरीफाई करनी पड़ती हैं। रात को 3 बजे तो काफ़ी लेट नाइट तो आया है, फिर प्रोसीजर होता है, मेडिकल करवाना पड़ता है, कई तरह की चीज़ें होती हैं।
सर एम्स दिल्ली का कहना है, एम्स दिल्ली का कहना है कि अभी तक उनके पास कोई पत्र नहीं पहुंचा है, जिस वजह से वहाँ से टीम यहाँ रवाना नहीं की गई है PM2 के लिए।
नहीं, ये ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने GAD को लिखा है, तो हम GAD और से भी कोऑर्डिनेट करके हमारी कोशिश है कि जल्दी से जल्दी टीम आ जाए।
पत्र यहाँ से जा चुका है क्या?
नहीं, GAD ने भी संबंधित को उधर, GAD भी अपना काम कर रही है और हम भी GAD के टच में है।
सर एग्जैक्टली हम ये समझना चाह रहे हैं कि पोस्टमार्टम अब भोपाल एम्स में ही होगा या बॉडी को दिल्ली एम्स लेकर जाएगा?
नहीं, एम्स भोपाल में होगा, मतलब वहाँ की एम्स दिल्ली की जो एक्सपर्ट टीम है वो भोपाल आएगी।
सर परिजन लगातार आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि थाने में अभद्रता की गई है, इसकी कुछ जांच करा रहे हैं, कोई कार्रवाई तय करेंगे?
नहीं, किसी के साथ कोई अभद्रता नहीं की गई, थाने में भी CCTV लगे हुए हैं, इस तरह का कुछ नहीं।
सर ये हाइट को लेके क्या है सर? ट्विशा की हाइट को लेके परिजनों का कहना है कि उसकी जो एक्चुअल हाइट प्रोफाइल में थी वो प्लस और उसके अलावा आपने जो पोस्टमार्टम में हाइट आई उसमें फ़र्क है।
नहीं, देखो ये इस तरह की चीज़ें, इसका जो आप विषय बता रहे हैं हाइट का जो है ना, वो ये कोई सिग्निफिकेंट चीज़ नहीं है।
सर गिरिबाला सिंह को लगातार नोटिस जारी हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रही, आज भी नोटिस भेजा गया।
नहीं, वो हमने इसलिए एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिलेशन का लगाया था, बाकी हमारी कोशिश है उनसे भी जल्दी से जल्दी पूछताछ करनी।
गिरिबाला सिंह का कहना है कि मुझे कोई नोटिस नहीं मिला है।
अब तक कितने?
नहीं, हमने नोटिस दिए हैं उनको।
कितने सर?
नहीं, हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं उनको।
तो वो डिनाई कर रही है, डिनाई कर रही है सर वो।
नहीं, अब वो डिनाई कर रहे हैं वो अलग बात है, लेकिन हमने नोटिस दिए हैं।
तो शी इज होल्डिंग जुडिशियल पोस्ट, फॉर्मर जज, और एक आप भी एक जिम्मेदार अधिकारी हैं, कमिश्नर पुलिस भोपाल है। आप कह रहे हैं 3 नोटिस दिए हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि हमें अभी तक एक भी नोटिस नहीं मिला, और कल पहली बार शायद उन्होंने स्वीकार किया कि ये पहला नोटिस आया है। तो ये इस एनोमली को क्या कर गया?
नहीं, एनोमली नहीं है, हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं। वो एक्यूज्ड है एक इनियस ऑफेंस में, हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं। हमारी कोशिश है जल्दी से जल्दी पूछताछ करने की।
तो सर फिर एक सवाल वही पैदा होता है कि इनियस क्राइम में आप खुद बता रहे हैं, तो इसमें नोटिस के आज भी नहीं आ रही है, तो आपकी टीम जाके क्यों नहीं पूछताछ कर रही? सिर्फ रिटायर्ड एजेंट सिर्फ इसलिए कि आम आदमी के साथ तो ऐसा नहीं होता है।
एक प्रोसीजर फॉलो करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि वो और एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिलेशन के लिए इसीलिए हमने कोर्ट में लगाया है।
सर एक कहीं ना कहीं भोपाल पुलिस को ऐसा लगता है कि परिवार ने आरोप लगाया कि भोपाल पुलिस ने सारा काम अच्छे से नहीं किया। ये परिवार का आरोप है कि उसमें पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट से लेके लिगेचर स्टफ से लेके उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा दूसरी इंक्वायरी मांगी, कोई इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी, फाइनली उसमें CBI इंक्वायरी राज्य सरकार ने की। कहीं आपको ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ कुछ लैप्सेस थे?
नहीं, कोई लैप्सेस नहीं थे। हमने अपनी निष्पक्ष जांच की है और बिल्कुल सही तरीके से की है, और सारी चीज़ें ऑन रिकॉर्ड हैं।
And Republic has spoken to Sunil Dubey, Station House Officer of Katara Hills Police Station. Sunil has outlined the future course of action, stating that Samarth would be produced in court today itself. It was Sunil who had personally brought Samarth from Jabalpur to Bhopal in his own vehicle. When asked whether Samarth was guilty, the Station House Officer offered no comment.
कटारा हिल्स थाना प्रभारी सुनील जी हमारे साथ हैं। सुनील जी से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत मैं करूंगा। सुनील जी, कितने बजे रवाना हुए जबलपुर से, यहाँ पर कितने बजे समर्थ को लेकर आए, आरोपी समर्थ को?
आरोपी को मध्यरात्रि लाए थे, लगभग 2 बजे के लगभग, और उसका मेडिकल करा के और गिरफ्तारी ली गई है। आज उसको पुलिस रिमांड पे लेंगे पूछताछ करने के लिए।
अच्छा, आज क्या फिर से उसका मेडिकल कराएंगे कोर्ट में पेश करने से पहले?
हाँ, ये प्रोसेस है, प्रोटोकॉल है कि जब भी न्यायालय पेश करते हैं तो उसके पूर्व और
Samar Singh's court hearing begins in Bhopal District Court. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Samar's court hearing begins in Bhopal Court. Now we will be waiting for what will the court decide, because the police, they want a 7-day remand. That is what we are learning of right now. And within 24 hours of his arrest, he is now being produced in court. We will try to go across to our reporters in a short while from now to understand what is next. But finally, we see Samarth, the husband of Twisha, late Twisha, is facing the law. It's very important to highlight that, because for 10 whole days, he was trying to evade justice. He was not facing the law. He was absconding. He tried his best for bail. That was rejected. The police had increased his cash reward from 10,000 to 30,000. But after the relentless campaign of Republic, we asked the right questions. Finally, Samarth is facing the law. He is inside court right now, and the proceedings are beginning. The police are seeking a 7-day custody of Samarth. That is what the police is looking for. Also, this is coming in the backdrop of the lapses which were coming out in the front. The Republic has also highlighted all the lapses. For example, there were a lot of allegations. There was tampering done. I repeat, there was tampering done when it comes to the evidences in this case. So Samar Singh's court hearing begins in Bhopal District Court. Police to seek a 7-day custodial remand of Samar Singh, and after medical examination, Samar Singh now in court for hearing. So back to Madam is coming in here on Republic TV, and now the court hearing has begun. We'll put out those pictures also coming in from the court premises, where you can see Samarth. Okay, Shambhavi is joining us. Shambhavi, we'll put out those pictures shortly of Samarth in the court. We'll put that out in a moment. But the police is seeking a 7-day custody of Samarth.
Well, yes, we have finally reached the end point where Samarth had to be brought after coming out of the Kataria Hills police station, then going to the JP hospital. Then now we are in the court premises. I am just outside the court waiting to hear what exactly happened inside the court. Because it's a closed-door proceeding, we're not allowed inside. Nobody is allowed inside except both the parties in the case. So naturally, we are standing outside and we are waiting for which decision. Is the court going to accept the police request of 7-day remand, or they are going to lessen it after the opposition disagrees to it, or ask for less days of police custody? We'll know just in a few moments, once the team is out, once both the parties is out. We're going to hear about what is the final decision on Samarth Singh's arrest very soon. Samarth Singh was taken into police custody.
Shambhavi, we are getting some news that the court has reserved the order. We're coming to know the police in court is saying that Samarth is not cooperating in the probe. This is a big breaking news we're getting for our viewers. What exactly is the police saying? Why is police saying that Samarth is not cooperating in the probe?
और अपना कितने दिन ही गायब रहा, कहाँ रहा, कैसे रहा, वो सारी हमें जानकारी चाहिए, इसलिए रिमांड जरूरी है। बचाव पक्ष का ये कहना है कि हमारे जितना भी मटेरियल हमसे सीज होना था तो हमने जमा करके रखा है, पुलिस जब चाहे आके ले जाए। हाँ है, और नहीं पीआर कर रहा वो पीआर का ना, अपन पीआर का कर रहे हैं, और वो बोल रहे हैं कि सर्जरी की रिमांड की जरूरत ही नहीं है इन दो। और देखिए साहब क्या करते हैं। अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ सीबीआई के आने तक ना, मैं बोल रहा हूँ 2 ही दिन की रखूँ।
Okay, let's go back to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, we're getting some updates coming in, and we're coming to Samarth. Samarth can speak to his lawyer. This is what we are understanding. The judge has granted time to Samar to speak to his lawyer. Take us through every detail. We're getting every detail from the court. Yes, go ahead. Okay, let's go back to Shambhavi in a short while from now once we get her. But just getting you, our viewers, all the updates. So what is happening right now is the court has reserved the order and the police in court is saying Samarth is not cooperating in the probe. Now, at the same time, the judge has granted time to Samarth to speak to his lawyer. We're getting you all these updates coming in. This is a big moment that we're tracking. The reason it's a big moment is because Samarth was trying to, I repeat, he was trying to evade the law. Not anymore. Pictures coming in. Those pictures you see on your screen is of Samarth from the court. These are latest pictures. This is Samarth's video from the court premises. That is exactly what's playing out on your screen. Finally, Samarth is facing the law. Now, the police would be going ahead asking for a 7-day remand. 7-day remand. That's what we're learning of. And we will try to go back to our colleague in a short while from now as well to really understand what is happening. But right now, the police saying Samarth